to the MLB Game of the Week pregame show presented by State Farm. We are getting you set for Rockies and Nats. A beautiful day in downtown Denver, 62 degrees. That is shorts weather for Coloradans, and is the 30th season of baseball for the Rockies. And the Rockies trying to continue a hot homestand. They've won 4 of their last 5 games at Coors with 31 runs scored. So plenty of offense for the Rocks in Colorado. We are setting the table for Nats and Rockies. I'm Sierra Santos. She's LG Red. Lauren Gardner. When are you giving me a nickname?
I don't know. We need to work on it, though. The alliteration, Sierra Santos.
We gotta figure it out.
Maybe a nautical theme? SS Santos?
I'm down.
SS, I can say badass, right? Because we're on YouTube. I said it, so we're going to say it.
Hey, I like cruises. And I know as a Colorado girl, you planned this, though. Like, don't lie. You planned that their first game for YouTube was going to be a Rockies.
I mean, Colorado, God's country. What's not to love? And, of course, the Colorado Rockies. I know they're in a really tough division right now, but the offseason acquisition of Chris Bryant gave something for fans to be excited about. And, of course, Coors Field, in my opinion, very biased opinion, by the way, best ballpark hands down in the majors.
Best food?
Oh, yeah. Well, we'll get to that in a second. Actually, I tried Rocky Mountain oysters 2 years ago for the YouTube Game of the Week against the Braves at Coors Field. Tastes like chicken. Tastes like chicken.
Ew, no, it does not. I guarantee you it tastes way more irony than chicken. No, it's gotta have a gamey flavor to it.
It was a little gamey, but it was fried, and anything fried dipped in like ranch or some sort of aioli sauce is gonna taste pretty good.
See, I've done rattlesnake.
Ooh, how was that?
I'm an Arizona girl.
Yeah,
of course
you had
I've
to,
done
right?
Yeah, it tastes like chicken.
They would take away your Arizona State card.
It tastes like chicken.
Okay.
All right, so here are some things you need to know about MLB's Game of the Week live on YouTube. Our game is streaming live all over the globe. And the best part is, LG, it is free. Free 99.
Yes, I love free. What's better than that?
After today, we will have 14 more games during the regular season. So you want to be sure to subscribe to the MLB YouTube channel to join the over 3.5 million fans that enjoy our MLB content. That's a lot of people.
That's a ton of peeps.
That's a lot of people.
A lot of baseball fans out there.
So here's what you got to do. You got to click the bell icon to receive notifications on upcoming games. But let's talk about this matchup first, LG. Nats starting rotation, their staff has had a tough go at it. 3rd worst in baseball.
Listen, both teams in very tough divisions. I mean, obviously, I'm going to focus on the Rockies for a second. Dodgers, obviously the favorites going into this one. Also, the Giants, they won 107 games last year, although the Dodgers did sweep the Giants in a 2-game series here recently. And then let's not forget about the Padres. But the Rockies were off to such a hot start, and then it came to a screeching halt when they were swept by the Phillies. So it'll be nice to see them back there in their home ballpark and just see what they can do, because you know they can rake.
And this is the 3rd of this 3-game set.
Exactly.
They've split the 2 other games. This has been a high-scoring affair as well.
Yes, it really has. It's been fun to watch, and if you want excitement, you want to see the long ball, that's exactly what you're going to see here in this matchup this afternoon.
Okay, so what I want to do now, I want to check in on what exactly went down last night in the Rockies' 5-2 win.
Cesar Hernandez hit the daylights out of the ball first time. There's a base hit to left. Here comes Riley Adams. He will score. 1-0 Washington. Bases loaded, 1 down.
Jose Iglesias will try it again with bases loaded. That ball into right field and over the head. This will get the job done as the Rockies will start to come home. First McMahon, followed by Rogers. Daza's going to stop at 3rd, and it's a double that scored 2 for Jose Iglesias. Joe offers at the first pitch, and this one's hit hard out to center field past a diving Robles, and it'll bring 2 more runs home for the Rockies. Connor Joe's going to go for 3, and he gets there standing up.
Thomas, Adams, Robles, top 5.
Now the pitch to Thomas, belted high and deep to left center field. This one is going, and gone. Goodbye. It's now the Rockies 5 and the Nationals 2.
Cesar Hernandez has been a tough out for the Rockies.
And on the ground. Want to call it, Spilly?
Fancy.
Another double play.
They're the best in baseball at getting 2 for 1, and that was slick.
All right, let's get to the lineups for the Nationals. Cesar Hernandez leading off for the 26th time in 27 games. He's batting .390 with 6 runs scored during a 10-game hitting streak, so not a bad guy to have as your leadoff. Juan Soto, just 23 years old. Arguably, the best hitter in the world.
Perennial MVP candidate.
But here's something fun. He also leads the majors with 21 walks. Are they afraid? They're afraid of him.
Discipline. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, exactly.
They're scared.
Okay, Josh Bell playing first, knocked in his 3rd homer of the season yesterday. Yadiel Hernandez on a streak of 4 straight multi-hit games. And batting 9th, Alcides Escobar, he's playing short. You know, he had those 2 errors yesterday. He really took accountability for it. He blamed himself. So can he redeem himself today? Rounding out the work.
You would like to hope so, right? And I love when players are taking accountability. Thank you so much for giving me the Rockies lineup. Obviously, I'm a total homer here, so I love to talk about my guys in purple. Leading off, playing right field, Charlie Blackmon. So he's moving up to that leadoff spot for Connor Joe, who is getting the day off. We're told he's not injured. It's just an actual rest day. Our sideline reporter, Amy G, will be catching up with him later on in this YouTube pregame show. Jonathan Daza, hitting .393 and 28 ABs this season, playing center. Randall Grichuk, hitting 3rd there, DHing, batting .315 on the season, and has hit safely in 15 of 19 games. And in that cleanup spot, we're going to talk about him at the bottom of the show here. CJ Cron, leads the National League in bombs, RBI with 22, extra base hits 15, and he's slugging .693. Sierra, he's making good on that 2-year, $14.5 million deal that he signed back in September. And at 3rd base, they're hitting 5th. Ryan McMahon, this is the 24th time in Colorado's 25 games that he's starting there in the hot corner. And with more on today's matchup, let's throw it out to the guys calling the game. Scott Braun, Yonder Alonso, who have a lot more in common, Sierra, than just good hair.
Let the YouTube season begin, LG. We are here, and I am also thrilled to be with my good friend, Yonder Alonso. We went to the University of Miami together. I'm not going to tell you what year we graduated. You can Google it. But we've been thinking about this for a long time, and now every week, hang out with Scotty B and Yonder.
I don't remember if we had class together, but I do remember us talking about, 15 years from now, we're going to be doing YouTube games.
Is that what we were doing? When I was calling Yonder Alonso bombs to the parking lot down at UM, and then you go on to a great big league career. Here we are now, and I know you're excited about specifically calling games for YouTube because, of course, we're going to call this thing, and it's the Nats matching up with the Rockies today, but we're also going to give you all of the special treats that YouTube brings to the mix, like in-game interviews with players, Josiah Gray of the Washington Nationals, and also Kyle Freeland of the Colorado Rockies. I hear another special guest
alumni
joining us.
Vinny Castilla is going to be joining us today. So, what's the beauty of this? We get to ask him whatever we want, right? Hey, what you eat for breakfast? What's it like for a day like you? Like Vinny Castilla loves to hit during batting practice. He still feels like he's a baseball player. Like he gets dressed, he puts his cleats on. I want to know what that's like for Vinny Castilla, as well as obviously how's his golf game. Sometimes he's good, sometimes he's not so good. So
you can pick on him for that.
Oh, I'm going to pick on him, that's for sure.
Swing it, okay? And so can Juan Soto. We're pumped to see him. We'll have poll questions, too, that we'll have everyone play along with. But we've got great action, superstar players. CJ Cron going up against Juan Soto, the 2 best so far offensively on each side. And Yadiel Hernandez, we've got some sneaky names going on that we want to drop as well. Sierra, back to you, and then we'll be talking all day long right here on YouTube.
Yo, guys, who is your barber? Drop your skincare routine. These are the details we need to know. All right, the starting pitching matchup. Aaron Sanchez going against Antonio Senzatella. Now, Sanchez beat the Giants on Friday, went 3 innings, gave up 3 earned. This actually marks his 10th start since returning from surgery on his shoulder. Notice how I didn't say shoulder surgery because that's hard to say.
It is.
He missed all of 2020. He only made 7 starts in 2021 because of a biceps issue. His ERA is sitting at 3.75 in 2 starts, LG.
Yeah, very small sample size, and your 3rd start of the season at Coors Field, not exactly ideal there when you consider the altitude. And his sinker usage, I thought this was interesting, 52.6%. That's the highest since 2016. However, it's not that successful as it's getting hit quite well, 3.68 average against, but the setup success on his non-fastball is 1 for 12 at the plate combined versus the curve and the change. So hopefully he'll be using having those pitches in his arsenal.
All right, and his counterpart, Antonio Senzatella, gave up just 1 run in his last outing against the Reds. He went 6 1/3 in a 10-4 dub. Now, his .413 opponent average is actually the worst in baseball this season.
Wow.
But his ERA, get this, it's palatable. It's at 3.66. The Rocks, as you can see from that score that we just mentioned, providing a ton of run support when he is on the mound. 28 runs in 3 wins that they've notched when he's on the hill. The other time, they got blanked. All right, that leads us to our poll question for today. Which starting pitcher will go deeper into the game, the Nats, Aaron Sanchez, or the Rockies, Antonio Senzatella? Vote, and we'll reveal our poll results right before the game. And when we come back, we will have our creator spotlight. This guy is the Duke of highlights, but his favorite may surprise you.
Hey, baseball fans, live Major League Baseball games are back on YouTube. You'll be able to watch select live games throughout the regular season on YouTube free of charge. No fees or sign-up required. Here's how to find and watch the live games from your smart TV, computer, and phone. To watch from your smart TV, launch the YouTube app and search for MLB. Select the MLB channel and click the live game. To watch from your computer, go to youtube.com and search for MLB. This will take you to the MLB YouTube channel, where the featured game will be playing live. To watch from a phone, open the YouTube app and search for MLB. Select the MLB channel and the live game will be the first video you'll see. These games will only be available on YouTube, so make sure you don't miss out. If you are logged into your YouTube account, set a reminder by selecting the game on the MLB YouTube channel and pressing Set Reminder. You'll receive a notification when the live game starts. Watch MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube at youtube.com/MLB.
Gorgeous day there in the Mile High City. The righty Aaron Sanchez getting ready for his 3rd start of the season, looking to turn things around. Not going to be easy, though, at altitude with the 6.75 ERAs. We're getting you set here for the rubber match between the Rocks and the Nats here on the first YouTube game of the week, presented by State Farm, right here on this Thursday afternoon. Antonio Senzatella getting ready for his 4th start of the season with a 3.66 ERA. Obviously, the element's going to be on their side. I don't think it's very windy there in the Mile High City here this afternoon, so we'll see what happens. Now, the Rocks lead the majors in team batting average on the other side and OPS. A big reason for that is the emergence of Connor Joe. He joined our own Amy Gutierrez to talk about his great start to 2022.
Well, everyone in Colorado knows him as your favorite player, Connor Joe, but I think everyone is going to consider you their favorite player. Connor, since the Rockies called you up last year, you've been on a tear. What is it about this club, this organization, that makes this a good fit for you?
Yeah, I think you said it exactly right, Amy. It is a good fit, and I think it comes from the top down, really, from the front office who recruited me when I became a minor league free agent, down to Buddy, his whole staff, the hitting staff with Mags, and then the clubhouse, the players, right? Everyone allows me to be myself. They come into the yard, I know I can be Connor Joe. I don't have to be anyone different. So there's a comfort level in that, and nothing else other than baseball is on my mind when I show up to the yard.
That makes it a lot of fun. May marks the Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. When you become a Major League Baseball player, you're kind of automatically thrown into mentor, hero role, but you are that for the Asian American community as well, and just what that means to you.
Yeah, I love that. It's not something I necessarily thought of, coming through the minor leagues, and when I made it to the big leagues, that's what I wanted to do, but getting interviewed about it a lot, and people reach out to me on social media, and I love it. I embrace it. If I can be someone that a Asian American kid turns on the TV and sees me on the TV playing a big league game and be a little bit of inspiration, that makes me so happy, and I'm extremely proud to be that person.
We always say you got to see it to be it in my family. I love that. Okay, so I've had the pleasure of knowing you for a while, and I'm so happy to report that you are nearly 2 years cancer-free. You battled and beat testicular cancer, and I just want to know how that journey changed your perspective of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. You can get caught up in a lot of baseball, and you could feel like it is life and death out here. Being in a doctor's office, being told you have cancer, everything gets put into perspective, right? Like, you realize that family's important. You realize that making an impact on other people's lives is important. So that's really helped me in baseball, right? Like, when I show up to the ballpark, I love the game, I truly do, and it's allowed me to play with joy, but I know what's truly important to me, and that's family, the people around me in my life. So I think that doesn't take anything away from baseball, but having those priorities set, it frees me up to not put so much stress and pressure on myself during the baseball game. Baseball is something I love to do. It's something that brings me a lot of joy, but it doesn't define me as a person. And that's kind of what I've learned from the cancer journey.
And you were able to establish a wonderful friendship with a little guy that was battling cancer himself. And I'm sorry to report that he has passed away. I know it's been a tough week for you. But tell us about Camden and the wristband that you wear and how you want his story to go on.
Yeah, Camden is a special person. I met him by coincidence in spring training. I was just signing autographs down the line before a spring training game, and I saw a lady with a shirt that said Warrior, which was my word that was given to me by my grandma during my journey. So I commented on her shirt, said, hey, that's a really nice shirt. And she told me the story about her nephew, Camden, who I later became to know, Warrior Cam. I met him in Arizona, told him that I didn't know exactly what he was going through. Everyone's journey is different, but I could relate a little bit, and I know a little bit how he's feeling. So told him to keep fighting, and thought that was it. His mom reached out to me on social media, and we made a connection, and we're able to stay in contact. So I was able to follow his journey. I was hoping to have him out here at Coors, but unfortunately he got extremely sick. But sent him jerseys, sent him bats from the team, sent him a video for his birthday. Special person, something that no child should go through. But like his mom always said, like, he always had a smile on his face. He always brought that joy, and that's something that I've learned to bring out on the baseball field. So it's kind of like, I knew him for a month, but the connection that we made was very special and very strong. My heart goes out to their family. I just saw them recently at the ball game, so that was really cool. And they have a lot of things on their heart to do in Camden's name, which is extremely cool. And it's something I definitely want to be a part of. So Camden's legacy will live on. He's my hero. He's an absolute warrior, and someone that's touched my heart, made an impact on my life, and I'll always remember Camden.
All right, well, we will be following that story, and we will be following Connor Joe, everybody's favorite player. Thank you so much for the time. Let's get it back to you.
Wow, powerful stuff there from Connor Joe. Obviously, this guy is great on the diamond, but what he does away from the ballpark is that much more important. You can see his numbers here in 2 seasons with the Rockies through 86 games, 280 average, 12 bombs, 45 ribbies, and an OPS there of 853. Led off in 21 of 25 team games this season. However, is getting an actual day off, much needed and very well deserved here on this Thursday afternoon.
Time now for our creator spotlight, and today we focus on Jacob Rogers and his YouTube channel, Made the Cut. Made the Cut is described as a celebration of MLB and the sport of baseball done through exciting highlight videos, reactions, breakdowns, and essay content. And as a Dodgers fan, Jacob has plenty to celebrate about. We welcome in Jacob Rogers from Made the Cut. All right, Jacob, let's get it underway. We're getting set to watch the Nationals and Rockies. Where does Juan Soto stack up with you and the best hitters in the MLB?
For me, I'd say that right now he's got to be top one. And the reason for that is that when you look at new age versus old age analytics, everybody can universally agree that he's worth an extreme amount. When you look at other hitters like a Shohei Ohtani and his sagging batting average, he has really amazing power output. Or you look at someone like even a Joey Gallo, who's kind of that new age type hitter. Juan Soto stacks up batting average wise. He stacks up home run wise. He stacks up on base percentage wise. There's simply nothing he can't do at the plate. And also, I think we have to take into account what the term hitter means here. We're not talking about an overall player. When we look at guys like a Mike Trout, or like I said, a Shohei Ohtani, who's a real superstar, they have other things they do really well. Soto, while he is a good fielder, is definitely known more so for his hitting.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to get paid for, and we know this dude is eventually going to get paid. Jacob, on the other side, the Rockies offense is off to a fantastic start this season. Now, would you attribute that to hitters having a breakout year, or is it just the Coors Field effect? Listen, I'm from the Mile High City. I'm aware.
For sure. I'd say that right now it's a combination of both. I mean, the Rockies are known for getting off to a strong start at home and then kind of faltering. So I think that for them, it's going to be about proving they can do it over a full season. But Charlie Blackmon's a veteran hitter who's had some great seasons in the past. It's not like this is a completely new thing for him. And CJ Cron had a heck of a breakout season last year. So I don't see it as being completely out of the realm of possibility, but we're going to have to see it kept up for a little bit longer before I really believe it.
Now we know you're a Dodgers fan. Who do you see as the biggest threat to your team in the NL West?
I mean, you want to say the Giants because every year it feels like they make some kind of run, and they've won 3 World Series over the last 12 years. But right now it has to be the Padres. And I'd say it's because you have players like that Fernando Tatis Jr., those superstar qualities, but they also have a really well-built roster of young players. So if we're talking about this year and going forward, the Padres are only getting better. The Giants, they have a bit of an older on average lineup, so it's going to be harder for them to kind of keep it going over a full season, I think.
Hey, listen, we've seen some of the older players show out, but yes, the Dodgers did just sweep the Giants there in that 2-game series. And of course, the Padres on the mend with Mike Clevenger coming back. That rotation is absolutely ridiculous. Okay, now let's talk about your favorite moment. It's very unique and might be something that the average baseball fan doesn't quite remember. Tell us why Zach Greinke and that warm-up pitch is your favorite.
Listen, when you make as many baseball compilations as I do and essay videos and stuff like that, you get used to seeing plays that, while they're extremely iconic, are very similar. You know, walk-off home runs, diving plays, barehanded plays, stuff like that, good pitches. But there's nobody else in the game other than Zach Greinke who's going to throw a warm-up pitch in the middle of an at-bat. You know, so that's a truly unique play in the annals of baseball history, and I really have to appreciate that. Zach Greinke, one of my favorite players, and yeah, it's very rare that you get to see something that's truly unique in baseball.
That is not where I was expecting you to go with that. I'm not even going to lie. All right, so Made the Cut, as you mentioned, is known for great video compilations of moments in MLB history. What would you say is your favorite one that you've put together outside of, the occasional warm-up pitch?
For sure. I'd say that it has to be the MLB 1 in a Trillion plays. And for me, it was a video that really allowed me to take my favorite plays that I feel are the most unique. Because like I said, man, a Jose Bautista bat flip, while it's amazing and it's iconic, there are other players doing bat flips, at this point in baseball every day. So getting a chance to do plays that maybe either people haven't seen before or are just extremely unique to the baseball space and really show how baseball at any time, anything can happen. I think that was really special for me.
Jake, we appreciate the time. Thanks for coming on, and we're looking forward to more compilations.
Thank you so much.
All right, coming up, we're inching closer to first pitch between the Nats and Rockies. LG and I make our picks to click in this matchup right after this.
Hello to everyone watching worldwide on YouTube.
This guy is on a roll.
Oh, he got all of that one.
Are you kidding me?
It's gone. He's got another.
Myself. Mic check, mic check, mic check.
Okay, I got a hot mic on.
4th inning, y'all just stroll out. What a life. Come on, baby.
Here comes the throw, and they got him. This one's over.
YouTube player of the game.
This is going up on the top shelf for sure.
Welcome back to the MLB Game of the Week pregame show presented by State Farm. Everyone's getting warmed up for this one, so are we. Time now to get to a little StatCast powered by Google Cloud for the Nationals and Rockies. Let's welcome in Sarah Lang from MLB.com to break down this matchup. All right, Sarah, CJ Cron is having a fantastic start to the season. What is the reason? What is the reason for this early hot streak?
Well, he is such a fun player to watch. And I love that he's at Coors Field now these last 2 years, because watching him crush at Coors is just one of the most fun things in baseball right now. So one of my favorite things about him, you can take a look at all of these home runs that he's hit in the last 2 years. Yes, a high percentage of them have been at Coors Field. And I know people like to poo-poo that and say, oh, well, that doesn't matter then. But I think everyone needs to take a step back there and realize that that's just an amazing thing that we get to watch. So he has the most 440-foot home runs in baseball since the start of last year. And yes, all but one of those have been at Coors Field. But I don't think that that should be the downvote that everyone seems to think it is. I think it's a testament to his incredible power. And it's just this awesome marriage that we get to see that happen on a daily basis, 81 times a year at Coors Field.
We've already spoken at length of what a great hitter Juan Soto is. What part of his game sticks out to you that makes him so effective?
It is his plate discipline, far and away for me. He is just such an outstanding hitter. He can take any pitch and take it yard, do absolutely whatever he wants with it. And if you look at this breakdown of his home run, he hits a lot of home runs to the opposite field. So he actually has the third most opposite field home runs of any player in baseball since 2018, which is the year he debuted. And take a look at these sluggers ahead of him. I think most people think of Soto as a guy who hits for average, and he does. He is a batting title winner who is going to do that for many times moving forward in his career. But it's really cool to be able to highlight his power. And one of those Oppo home runs came on Monday at Coors Field, or on Tuesday, excuse me. So it's just so great to have that on display. But I really think some people think he's off to a little bit of a slow start. But if you look at the underlying metrics with him, how hard he's hitting the ball and everything else, everything points to Juan Soto is still Juan Soto, and we're so lucky for that fact.
Sarah, as always, thank you for dropping the knowledge.
Of course, thanks for having me.
All right, time now for our picks to click. Let's make some predictions on our game coming up shortly here at Coors Field. By the way, that was good hustle.
Yeah, no, I ran.
Stuck out all the way here to left field. Okay, so we're going to start with our home run. Who's most likely to go yards?
Okay, I was going to pick Nelson Cruz. He is not in the lineup today, but I actually really like picking some dicey picks.
I like that.
It's not that dicey anymore. Josh Bell, that's my pick to click. 349 batting average. That is good for 7th best in the majors. I say he goes yard today.
I love that. You know, when he has that old man strength there, of course, I'm the
How about
homer.
you?
I'm going with CJ Cron, yeah.
Okay.
Tied, for the MLB lead with 9 bombs. Warning track powered there at Coors Field because 7 of which have come at home. He had a double yesterday, hit extra base hit 3 straight games. So here is the answer to our poll question. Which starting pitcher will pitch deeper into the game? Aaron Sanchez One narrow margin.
Wow. Okay.
All right, now let's get you out to Denver for the MLB Game of the Week presented by State Farm. Enjoy.
Game day in Denver on Cinco de Mayo and a classic Colorado week that went from frigid to a sunshiny day to wrap up a series between two clubs making some noise on offense in a season where run scoring's been tough to find sometimes. This is the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube presented by State Farm. NL East versus NL West today with the Washington Nationals visiting the Colorado Rockies on a Thursday at Coors Field. Hello to everyone watching worldwide on YouTube. I'm Scott Braun along with my good friend and fellow University of Miami alumni.
Worldwide.
Yonder Alonso. Worldwide.
I mean, that's incredible.
Mr. Worldwide
Mr.
with
Worldwide.
me right now.
Why not?
We're thrilled to have you. You'll have us
likewise
every week,
That's
all
right.
season long. We'll start with the Nats and the Rockies. Superstars on both sides. Especially, I can't believe we've already gone, 30 seconds without mentioning Juan Soto's name.
Or Juan Soto with a walk. Juan Soto.
With a walk.
No, but he's been spectacular, obviously, since he came into the league so young, at a young age. But even talking to Dave Martini, he even said it himself. He demands presence. And I think as a young hitter, when you come in, there's a little bit of a knack for wanting to produce and wanting to do the things you want to do. But no, ever since he's been here, he understands who he is as a player. And that takes time. But for him, it really hasn't. 103 homers. Obviously, we understand with that comes a lot of walk and patience. He is in great company, Scott. And it's just phenomenal to watch every single day when this guy plays.
Elite Hall of Fame company, 100-plus career homers by age 23 and more walks than strikeouts. Let's run through the plaques. I think he's going to have one someday, too, by the way. But he is joining the great Jimmy Fox, although I think by the time that Juan Soto has one, we see Mel Ott and Joe DiMaggio. I think it'll be probably a physical plaque minted into a T or something like that by the time we get to that moment. Ted Williams, Eddie Matthews, Juan Soto is a stud, and he's just getting going.
I will say this. I used to read the Joe DiMaggio books and the Ted Williams books of hitting how to hit 400. This guy should have a book. When it's all said and done, he will have a book. And I think in today's game where we're seeing more strikeouts, he's actually going the other way. There's more walks than strikeouts, and as well with that power. Look, he reminds me of Barry Bonds. He reminds me of some of the greats, and it's just special to see.
I can't tell you how rare it is to watch a player like Juan Soto, and he's entertaining to watch in the box, too. Okay, so his Nats offense has been swinging the bats well lately. Same goes for the Rockies, especially at home, but they have a tough mountain to climb in the National League West.
They do.
Somewhat literally, and we can draw that up. That's the capabilities we have here on YouTube. The San Diego Padres slipped at the end of last year, but let's remember, a couple years ago, NL Wildcard Series, and this team looks legit this year.
Yeah, with the pitching and Manny Machado playing on an MVP caliber, until Tatis gets back, I think the Padres are for real. With Gore, Darvish, Musgrove, they are a legit team.
Same with the Giants, and we know what the Dodgers bring. I mean, it's been a decade of massive success, but speaking of massive, here comes Chris Bryant's big contract. 7 years, $182 million, but slow start, and he's on the shelf at the moment with a back issue. No big deal. C.J. Cron to the rescue.
Yeah, he has been to the rescue. And look, I love the fact that he's getting an opportunity here in Colorado to produce and have a chance to play. Look, this guy was overshadowed by Albert Pujols in Anaheim. He was overshadowed in Milwaukee and Tampa by Nelson Cruz. So the fact that he's over here having a chance to be a really good hitter, let's not forget, this is not only a slugger, this is a guy that can drive the ball the other way as well. I love the fact that this guy is just in some type of way of zone into the season.
Wait, did you say zone?
He's in a zone.
Should we do it?
Let's do it.
Let's enter the Crone Zone. I know Jake Cronenworth has his own Crone Zone out in San Diego, but CJ Crone is leading the world in extra base hits right now. He loves the home cooking in Colorado. You played here. Is it?
Oh, it's fun. Yeah, it's absolutely fun, and no doubt about it. But look, what I love about this place and playing here is not only you can slug, but you can also get good base hits and bloopers. You know, with that being said, the outfielders play deeper, so you can kind of be an all-around hitter.
And he has some friends helping him out in the lineup as well. Rockies have been looking good offensively. We have some friends helping us out on YouTube today. Let's welcome in Amy G with more. Hello, Amy.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And if the world is looking for a baseball player to root for, well, we found him. He's right here with the Colorado Rockies in Connor Joe. Now, he made his debut with San Francisco in 2019, and he kind of fumbled around a little bit before finding a home here in Denver. If you take a look at his numbers from July 2020 when he got called up with the Rockies, they're phenomenal, especially take a look at that OPS. But there's much more to this story. In 2020, he was diagnosed with testicular cancer, of which he battled and he beat. And he told me, he said, diagnosis, there were times in baseball he felt like it was life and death until he was actually in the doctor's office being told he had cancer. He changed his perspective on this game. It's all about his family. It's all about how he treats other people, and baseball is fun again. It actually has freed him up. He does not play with stress, and he does not play with pressure, and you're seeing the results right here on the field, and he is a team favorite and one that the world should root for. Gentlemen.
Thank you, Amy. Joe is truly an inspiration. We'll intro starting pitchers and lineups, and then first pitch time in the Mile High City. It's always free for everyone to watch on YouTube. Tell your friends.
Cesar Hernandez hit the daylights out of the ball first time. There's a base hit to left. Here comes Riley Adams. He will score. 1-0 Washington. Bases loaded, one down.
Jose Iglesias will try again with bases loaded. That ball into right field and over the head. This will get the job done as the Rockies will start to come home. First McMahon, followed by Rogers. Daza's going to stop at third, and it's a double that scored 2 for Jose Iglesias. Joe offers at the first pitch, and this one's hit hard out to center field past a diving Robles, and it'll bring 2 more runs home for the Rockies. Connor Joe's going to go for 3, and he gets...
Thomas, Adams, Robles, top 5.
Now the pitch to Thomas, belted high and deep to left center field. This one is going, and gone. Goodbye. It's now the Rockies 5 and the Nationals 2.
Cesar Hernandez has been a tough out for the Rockies.
And on the ground. Want to call it, Spilly?
Fancy.
Another double play.
They're the best in baseball at getting 2 for 1, and that was slick.
Many of the great YouTube creators talking baseball all day long, and you can view that on your computer, mobile device, smart TV, wherever you want to go. We'll keep an eye on the discussion as well, and we'll incorporate some of their questions to our guests coming up later, like Josiah Gray and Kyle Freeland, and Vinny Castilla is going to join us mid-game as well. Let's run through The State Farm starting lineup for the visiting Washington Nationals, checking in at 9-17 on the season. The switch hitting Cesar Hernandez will lead the way. The big man Juan Soto leads MLB in walks, 21 at the moment. But if you do avoid him, Josh Bell is on pace for another career year so far. Yadiel Hernandez, same story. Michael Franco, and then Keibert Ruiz, the switch hitting catcher, back in the lineup today. It's a start for D. Strange Gordon in left, Victor Robles in center, and Alcides Escobar in the 9 spot. He's the shortstop, the veteran who spent some time away from Major League Baseball. He's back in the mix the last couple years with the Nats. As we're in sunny Denver, Colorado, I'm like right in between at the moment. Do I take the jacket off, or do I just roll with the t-shirt? You know, a little wind comes through in the press box. I'm like, nah, I'm gonna wait.
Yeah, it's a teaser, all right, but you know what? There's nothing better than high skies, Denver, Colorado. Heads up, wear your sunglasses, and have some fun.
And while we have a moment here and wait for the Rockies to take the field, Antonio Senzatella is going to be on the mound, mid-threes ERA. We'll go over it. Also, things to know about the Game of the Week live on YouTube. This is our first of the year. We've been doing this for years. It's live, it's global, it's free. 14 more games after this. Join the over 3.5 million other fans in subscribing to the channel. You can receive notifications prior to our upcoming games, and YouTube TV customers get the extra hookup. I am one of them.
I'm one of them too.
Yes, I love it. I'm watching on the tablet, on the TV at home, and today it's all about Antonio Senzatella and the Rockies matching up against the Nationals with Aaron Sanchez in the bottom of the first. This is his first start against the NL East this season. So what I notice, Yonder, is a pretty solid ERA for a pitcher who works at Coors Field, but the opponent batting average at .413 is a problem.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think he needs to go to Vegas. He's been hitting the ball. They've been hitting the ball pretty good off of him. But look, I think for me, it starts with a fastball command. He needs to stay down in the zone, and those are the keys. You know, strike one is very, very important for him, and using the changeup. Look, there's going to be 5 or 6 lefties in this lineup for the Nationals. He needs to make sure his changeup has that command with his changeup, that good feel. But I like what this guy is doing. Look, he's a competitor, playing with him, and talking to Buddy Black early on. He was as good as it gets.
That's your State Farm scouting report, and this is your StatCast powered by Google Cloud pitch arsenal. Mostly 4-seam and slider. Uses that fastball over 50% of the time. Uses a slider for the swing and miss. That's pretty much all you're going to get from him.
Yeah, he throws 2 different sliders, right? He throws that little cutter baby slider. He throws a little get me over slider. But for me, like I said earlier, that changeup is going to be key. I like the fastball. He moves it around, up in the zone, down in the zone. It's more of a 2-seamer run to it. So, look, he's a competitor, and it's going to be exciting to watch him go out there against these power Nats.
We spoke to manager Bud Black, 6th season managing the Rockies, and he kept it simple with us on Senzatella this afternoon. Keep the baseball down. He did sneak in I'd like to see some change-ups against the string of lefties in the lineup, and a little more of that curveball he brings to the table, which he doesn't use very often.
Yep.
Most hits among second baseman Cesar Hernandez. We are underway on YouTube.
You know, we missed the over-under. Was he going to swing on the first pitch or not?
I told you before the game.
We needed to do it.
You know what my answer was? Vouch for me.
Oh, it was the under.
And he holds off the first 2. 62 degrees in the live chat. La Vida Baseball. Looks like a beautiful day in Colorado. That is very true. Sunshiny day. Many kids in attendance today, too. They had STEM day before the game. Science experiments. There they are. You'll hear them.
Cesar Hernandez has been scorching hot his last 44 at-bats. He's 10-game hitting streak, putting the ball in play. He's the premier kind of leadoff guy. We'll see pitches, but if you put a fastball right there, he'll let you know.
Most ground ball hits this season. He can move, and that one is in the air on a line to Hampson for out number 1. Garrett Hampson back in the starting lineup for the first time in a few weeks, activated off the injured list a couple days ago.
Scotty B, the ball will find you.
Yes,
he'll let you know. Are you ready for the show? There it is.
That's mostly been Jose Iglesias' spot this year.
It has been, but it's a good day for him. And talking to Buddy as well before the game, he said, you know, Iglesias played a lot of games. He doesn't like to take any days off, so for him, it's a good day. I like this kid, man. This kid's a pretty good player. He does all the things well. And here's the shuffle. Exit velo of 102 miles an hour. It's a rocket.
Quick hands from Hampson. And here's Mr. Shuffle. Juan Soto. Homered in the first game of this series.
Oh, there's 96.
This is what I'm talking about from Tuesday. The Nats won big in game 1. Soto, opposite field. The power from him the other way is almost like a right-handed hitter pulled the ball.
Yeah, well, and he's comfortable hitting here, right? The home run derby. Felt like he got locked in during that home run derby, hitting the ball to left center. I just love when I watch this guy. Wherever the ball's pitched is where he's going to go. And for a young kid, you want to be able to talk about these things. You want to know it's not just poolside. It's not just hitting the ball the other way. No, you want to be ready to get a good pitch to hit and making sure you hit it to all fields. That's that cut slider. I like that cut slider. Now you're setting him up to something soft away. Maybe you can go up the ladder as well. For me, it would be more of a soft away. I really like the slider change-up combo. They're going back in.
And he stays alive. I definitely want you this season to call pitches sometimes. Can you do that for me?
I'm not a catcher, but I'll try. You know, against Soto, it's so difficult. You can go, there's not much room, right, where you can go. And you think that the hitter's set up and he's actually setting you up. That's the cool part about it when you watch a guy like this.
He drives one deep to right field and forget about it. Juan Soto muscles up. It's 1-0 Nationals. Oh, he can pull the ball, by the way.
That was as short as it gets to a baseball. Talk about a left-handed bat. When you come down and in on him, all you got to do is drop the head of the barrel to the ball. That was special and smooth. Oh, man. That's a pretty sight right there. You go down and in. I think they went in way too many times. He was certainly looking in, kept it tight. When you look at that back elbow, and it's as tight as it gets, he's got short swing and extension. Cuidado, piso mojado.
Translation?
Well, the wet floor. It's a wet floor. You don't want to go there. Slip and slide.
And yet he's so balanced at the dish. 6th home run of the season. All of them solo shots. And 5 of them on the road. He's having a nice trip.
You know, he's not scared to get wide and, you know, have that 2-strike approach where nowadays everybody's just thinking about launching and, you know, they don't care about the strikeout. They just want to do damage. No. He'll get wide and he'll shorten up and make you pay. Another guy who's hot right here, Josh Bell.
Yeah, we thought it would be Soto backed up by Nelson Cruz. Big offseason addition for the Nationals. He's still sitting out with some back soreness. Josh Bell is taken off again this year, looking like his 2019 self.
And I like Josh Bell because he's a switch hitter, right? So you can't mix and match for Juan Soto. Although Soto's been struggling a little bit with lefties. Now you have this guy who can flip over that lineup. And you know, one thing about Bell, he's a huge dude, man. His back is so big. Playing against him, he would get to first base, and I would just look at him and be like, oh, my gosh, you're so much bigger on live play than you're on TV when I would watch him. So he's a big dude, man.
Strong first month of the season. Payoff from Senzatella. And we'll do it again. You're right, though, in terms of using that size. We spoke to Dave Martinez, his manager, this morning, and the key for him, just don't do too much. There's the spray chart, because him just staying natural will elevate the baseball a long way.
Yeah, and we're seeing it with many good hitters, right? The less you do, the better. And you, though he is a big dude and he is a slugger, but if you have that ability to swing like a leadoff hitter, it would always help you, because all you got to do is touch it.
He's taking his walks, too.
Yeah. You want to drive in 100 runs, you got to take your walks. Got to be able to walk, got to be able to understand. If the pitcher wants nothing to do with you, you go ahead and hand it off to another guy who, man, this guy hits everything.
Pass the baton to a .531 hitter on the road this year. I know it's early, small sample, but Yadiel Hernandez on this trip so far is 10 for 17. They were in San Francisco. He didn't even play in the first game of that series. And now here in Colorado, he is a unique hitter, a very late bloomer, a very unique story too, and they love him.
And it's so unique when you look at him stand in the box. He doesn't stand all the way in the back of the box. He kind of stands in the middle of the box, which is kind of rare. Most of the guys, they want to stand as far away back as possible to have more time. No, this guy kind of gets home plate and puts it right in between them and says, come on, give it to me and see what you've got.
Amy G, what else can you tell us?
Yeah, well, you guys talking about these players not trying to do too much in the interview with Dave Martinez earlier today. That's his managing style. He said he sits down with all of his players early on, has individual conversations with them about who are you? Are you a video game guy? Are you a reader? Stay true to who you are. Don't go out of that box, and that's going to make you be a better player. It's his managing style to help his players find their identity, and he said that's been helping them find their identity as a team.
I love that as he flies out to center.
I'm intrigued what type of video games they play.
You know.
MLB The Show, a little Warzone, Call of Duty, Apex maybe. These are all the games that are pretty high in the ranks.
And you're participating. I know you are, playing against the big leaguers every night.
That's how I keep in touch with a lot of these guys. I'll go on and I'll say what's up to these guys. You know, they have such a brutal schedule that sometimes when they get on late, I'll say my hellos to these guys. But you'd be surprised, some of these guys are pretty good.
I would think the hand-eye coordination and the ability to make quick movements converts to the video game platform as well.
I think it's more the competitive edge to it all. Get in a group, you're in a team with all your boys, and you're going against other guys that you have no idea where they're from.
Big cut and a miss from Michael Franco. Senzatella a strike away from getting through the first.
I like Michael Franco, man. Big prospect. Got to pick it. Oh, great.
Tough hop for McMahon. Throw is high, and it gets past Crone at first. Bell is going to hustle to third, and he's being waved around. Here comes Josh Bell.
Oh, good slide.
There, and he's safe. And Franco ends up all the way at third. Massive misplay on the throw, and there's so much open real estate in Colorado that it took so long to corral the baseball, and it's 2-0 Nationals.
Somebody get that guy some oxygen.
Some big dudes running around the base paths and creating some traffic for the Nats to keep the inning going.
Oh, you see him running. He's just getting those knees up. You got to dig. You got to dig. You got to dig. But great slide by Mr. Bell. Try to stay on that, but you know, you got to realize right there who is running. Maybe get off the play, get off that bag, and have a situation or an opportunity to come back to the bag. You know, we talk about stressful pitching, and we realize that it can start in the first inning, and you may not have a guy just in scoring position. It might just be the long ball. It might be an error. It might be just a mental error or a bad pitch. These are all situations that put a pitcher into a stress mode situation, and you definitely don't want to have too many of those. I think as a pitcher, if you have 2 or 3 of those, you're kind of like, okay, I got to have some easier innings.
Hey, we saw it yesterday. This is Ruiz, by the way, 3 for 4 Monday in this series. That was actually Tuesday, game 1. And that's a roller. Rockies have a couple on the right side, and that'll end the inning. But we saw it yesterday with Patrick Corbin. One misplay by Escobar that could have been a double play, and that cost them the game. In the first, the Nats add a run on the bad throw, and it started with Soto's blast.
And the Nats have set the table for Juan Soto here in the bottom of the second.
Here we go. The youngster has a chance to do some damage in his first start.
Severino able to get a huge lead off second. Oh no, long ball to left. See,
feet. Bang! Zoom! Goes Soto, giving the Nationals a big lift here in the bottom of the second. Welcome to the major leagues, 19-year-old and youngest player in the big leagues, Juan Soto.
What emotions were you feeling today?
Two for the Nats in the top of the first, and it's Colorado's turn to strike back in the bottom of the opening inning. It's the State Farm Rockies starting 9 with Blackman leading the way, the lefty. Daza is hitting second, playing center field. Randall Grichuk will DH, and C.J. Cron is tied for the most home runs in Major League Baseball at the moment with 9. McMahon will follow. He had the error in the previous half inning. Rogers, Hilliard, Hampson, and Nunez will round out the lineup for Bud Black. Going up against the veteran, I can say now, Aaron Sanchez. I remember a young reliever turned starter with the Toronto Blue Jays who dialed it up to the upper 90s. He is a different pitcher these days, trying to find himself again in the second part of his career.
Charlie swinging, first pitch or what?
Yes.
All right.
You?
I think he's swinging.
Everyone in the live chat, quick, yes or no?
No!
He's not swinging.
All right.
Hey, yesterday, the Rockies were aggressive. It was a 2-hour, 18-minute game, and almost every first pitch was friendly for them. It was a 5-2 win. He swings at the second pitch.
I'm glad to see Charlie, though, doing his thing. His last 15 games, he's back to his regular 300 with 4 home runs. I mean, this is a guy who's routine-oriented like I had never seen before in my career, and he's a gamer, all right.
He spent his entire career in this uniform.
I played with Charlie at Georgia Tech against them, my Miami days.
Little ACC ball?
Yeah, a little ACC ball. Good outfielder, can pitch as well, but can always surely hit and use that right field porch at Georgia Tech. You know, he
pulls that ball foul. He didn't have the look back then.
He didn't have the beard. Didn't have, he didn't have that flow. I mean, that flow is where it really gets you, right? But look, he still had the same mechanics when he hit. Kind of still played the same way. Wore a big elbow guard, and just pretty much had the same stance, same kind of mechanics.
His career batting average, 300.
Oof. What a hitter.
He's also 1 double away from matching Dante Bichette for 4th on the franchise list. 3 on the right side against him, and he'll go that way right into the shift. Hernandez puts him away for out number 1. Break down Aaron Sanchez for us, Yonder.
Yeah, look, I think for me, velocity is key. I would like to see him at 93, 95 miles an hour. Needs to be sharp with his breaking ball. His changeup has to be key down in the zone, and he's got to go deep into this game. Talking to Dave Martinez, his previous starts, he's only gone 4 and 5 innings. He's only had about no more than 75 pitches. They told him, and they told us, he can throw up to 100 pitches. So, look, he's a guy, when I faced him, he's got a really good sinker, and he's got a really good changeup, curveball. Obviously here at Coors, the curveball kind of plays a little different at times, can stay up. But I would like to see him at 93, 95. If he has that command at 93, 95, he's going to feel like he can get around these hitters. And look, we'll see with Daza. I mean, this is his first start against a right-hander. He's usually in there against a lefty. I like Daza. He's a minor league guy who's number 2 prospect for the Rockies at times, and he's a guy that will spray the ball. A guy that likes off speeds up. He'll pull the off speed up. He'll slug that off speed. So this 1-1 count is huge for a young hitter like Daza.
Jonathan Daza in the 2-hole today.
Oh. Yeah, that's a good slider. That's a good slider. Even though you missed.
Did he though?
It's still a good slider. Did he though? It's still a good, that down and away. So you don't want to miss up and in. If you miss up and in, that might be a 2-1 ball game. But if you're missing down with want, then we're in business.
Daza loves the fastball. Gets one there off the plate. It's 3-1. This is his 30th plate appearance of the year. Guess how many times Daza has struck out so far?
Not much. I know this guy is a guy who will put the ball in play. How many times?
0.
Oh, big old goose egg.
I love that.
That's beautiful. That wasn't my case when I played.
You had a little more pop in your bat, though. I'll give you that. Ball 4. One out base runner for Colorado, their first of the day.
It's overall good at bat right there by Daza. I wanted to do too much for a young hitter like that. 3-1, you can say, okay, it's my time. This is daddy's time. But being able to just lay off that pitch in and understanding, no, it's been a long inning. Let me take my walk and see how I can produce a score here.
And he can run, and this guy can slug. Randall Grichuk leading the team in average and on base. Acquired a couple months ago for a prospect and Raimel Tapia going over to the Blue Jays.
Didn't they play together? Aren't they buddies?
There's Bud.
Oh, there's Buddy.
Did who play together?
Grisham and Sanchez? Toronto, maybe?
Was he still there?
Maybe not. Huh.
Good question.
Back to Buddy, though. What a great guy. Good sport. You know, he was one of my first managers. He was even keel as it gets, and when I got to the big leagues, it was my rookie year. And if anything, what I learned from Buddy Black is how even keel he was. I mean, like, he'll get you one night and he would just let you know how he felt, and he would see you the next day, kind of put his arm around you and say, hey, what's up, buddy? Did we learn from yesterday? And I was obviously 22 years old, but this is a guy that understands and commands the respect and the leadership. I mean, he is a leader, even though he's a manager, and you usually look at a leader maybe in the clubhouse. No, this guy, when he walks into a clubhouse, he demands that leadership. Great guy.
Chill, too.
Super chill.
The West Coast chill mentality.
Yeah. And you know, with him, he would talk to you. He would talk to all his players during batting practice. And if he didn't catch you, if it was like a day game, right, and there was no batting practice, he would make sure you go into the clubhouse, kind of hang out with the guys, hang out, kind of talk a little smack, and be like, hey, let's go, guys. Let's get a big win.
By the way, Grichuk and Sanchez played together on 2018 and 2019 Toronto Blue Jay teams. Let's bring in Amy.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on to what Alonso was saying about Buddy Black. He is such a player favorite as managers go, but in talking to him earlier today, he manages in the style of who he loved managing for him, which was Dusty Baker. And with Dusty recently hitting 2,000 wins, we talked about it. Buddy said he was there for Dusty's first win in '93. He played for him, and it was Dusty Baker, when Buddy Black was going to leave the game as a player, that said, you have to stay involved in baseball, either as a coach, a manager, or in the front office. And he very much styles his managing approach after Dusty Baker, trying to be able to connect with all players. Guys?
I love that.
Yeah, it's great stuff, Amy.
The perfect mentor.
Dusty was also my manager. Been around some good ones, man.
Some really good ones.
Dusty Baker, Buddy Black, Tito Francona. So I've been lucky.
I'm going to quiz you throughout the season on stories on all of those legends.
Oh,
here's the strikeout pitch from Aaron Sanchez, of his former teammate.
It's a good pitch right there, up in the zone.
And he's using 4 pitches these days. Sinker, curveball, 4-seam, changeup. Curveball's his best pitch, but you mentioned it might break differently because you're in Denver with the high altitude. Did I say altitude? Altitude.
Altitude. With the altitude comes the high skies. Pop-ups here. Everybody's got to be on the bubble here with the pop-ups. I don't understand where everybody's playing. Usually these outfielders are playing a lot deeper. As an infielder, middle infielder, you always have to have that communication.
Especially now that you have entered Colorado's version of the Crone Zone.
Oh.
He can sky the baseball. He had a majestic blast with serious hang time for his 9th home run of the season to left field in this series the other day. 107 miles an hour off the bat, just handled an 88-mile-an-hour cutter down the middle and did not Ramirez late in the game.
There's guys that hit home runs, and then there's this guy that hits home runs. He waffles home runs.
He could probably throw a few down too.
So a sweet Denver omelet with a.
This is a big brunch city.
It is. Well, man, oxygen mask if I'm up there.
Well, they don't have to play, but being here every day, it's a different type of self-preservation.
You come here for 2 or 3 days, you don't really get that feel of playing when you play for the Rockies and you're 8 or 9 games into a series. You feel it.
CJ Cron is eating well in Denver. StatCast 3D powered by Google Cloud. 37 home runs since 2021, and the average distance is second best in baseball during that time period. 420 feet is his average.
Yeah, and you know what I love about that too? There's not that many pull homers. There's also some right center homers. So when you feel like a slugger and you can go anywhere in this ballpark, that's a good feeling. Oh, good count to run right here, 2-2. Good count to run. You got one of your best hitters in the lineup. You want to kind of protect him. If it's a ball, you let it go, and hopefully he's in scoring position for that 3-2 count. And if not, you know, he's moving on the pitch, and hopefully with a single or a double, he's scoring. We'll see if he goes.
That's strike 3 to Cron. Side retired, 2 strikeouts for Sanchez, bringing that 2-0 lead into the bottom of the first and holding it through 1 in Colorado. Nats lead. Aaron Sanchez off to a nice start.
To the dangerous Dante Bichette. A high drive, way back, and there's the storybook ending for the Rockies. The Rockies have won it on a home run by Bichette at last. John, we said he was going for it, and he got it. Must be fun to know when you hit it, it's gone. Never any question.
All right, we're back. It was a little bit interesting after this strikeout with Sanchez and Cron, and we take a look back on it. He had some runs to the umpire. I know he's trying to throw that two-seamer back into from the away side, but he's trying to let him know, hey, man, I'm going to be there all day, and if I'm going to be there all day, I need you to be consistent with me.
First pitch swinging, D. Strange Gordon drops one into right, and that one gets past Blackman. Gordon can fly, and he'll stop at second.
He thought about it. Thought about it.
Tempting.
Yeah, it was tempting, but no outs, though. You don't want to be the first out at third base. Good call.
But good call by you on Sanchez, talking through his game plan with the home plate ump.
Yeah, and you definitely want to do that early on in the game. You don't want to have a talk with the umpire in the 3rd or 4th inning. You want to be able to do those things in the 1st inning to let him know where he's at. During the bullpen session, I'm sure he felt like he had that 2-seamer running back in to the plate. So he's like, hey, I got to use this to my advantage. So if the umpire is not giving it to him, he's got to make sure he can have that communication with him and hopefully change the attitude of the at-bat.
Victor Robles pulled back on the bunt attempt.
So they gave that a single and an E9.
That makes sense.
I never see Charlie Black boot a ball out there. He is so sure of himself in right field. It's strange. Get that? Strange, Gordon?
I did.
All right, okay.
It took me a sec.
You gotta be with me here.
You needed to.
Oh, heads up.
For a sec. Hello. If you go back since 2019, Victor Robles is tied for the 2nd most bunt hits in baseball. This time he's just trying to move Gordon over and set up a sac fly opportunity for Escobar. But whoa, chin music. Hello.
There's a lot of speed on the field with these two guys. Heads up, man, that is never fun. You know, I was never much of a bunter, but if I saw a ball come at my face like that, I would just quit on the spot.
Like duck down?
I would duck down. I would say, okay, I'm good. My at-bat's over.
Swing and a miss from Robles.
See that 2-seamer? That's like a little cutter slider that he throws. And what happens there, it kind of just stays upright. It's a cement mixer, and it doesn't have that tilt down.
Gets the bunt down. Right back to the pitcher. Senzatella. Soft toss to first, and on to 3rd goes Gordon. Hey, let's cue up our first poll question of the day. So if you're new to the YouTube party, interactive polling is real. It's in the live game commentary section. Everyone can participate, and we encourage it, and we'll give you results later. So let's start with the NL West newcomer that will have the biggest impact on the division in 2022. So we'll throw a Rocky in there and Chris Bryant, even though he's hurt for now. Freddie Freeman with LA, Carlos Rodon firing bullets with San Francisco, or we'll go with a manager and Bob Melvin of the Padres. We'll get Yonder's answer in just a moment. Infield's in, and Escobar looked to bunt.
Did you hear everybody say squeeze?
I need to hear him a little louder.
Squeeze! There's nothing like stealing a run right there with a squeeze early on in the game. It's a great chance to do it with 1 out. You're kind of giving yourself up. You got to get a strike, and it's more of a safety squeeze, not much of just a die-hard squeeze. But I like that chance, especially with Escobar. Look, this is a guy that's going to be a contact guy, and with the infield in, you can either squeeze or hopeful that you don't hit a ball into anybody's glove.
Bunting is not super popular these days, but the Nationals have 6 sacrifice bunts. That is tops in baseball.
You wonder why Senzatella is so much better here at home, because he's winning those 1-1 counts. As a pitcher, when you win those 1-1 counts, it puts the offensive surge into a protection mode rather as an offensive mode. You got to start protecting the plate with everything you've got. You're 2-1. Now we go to business. Now we can pick and choose our battles and where we want to go. But when you're 1-2, it's a whole ball game. You kind of want to have 4 or 5 bats with you and protect every zone.
And he struck him out. Big pitch from Senzatella.
Wants to throw that ball inside. He wants it. It's a good slider right there. Slider cutter.
So that's more of the baby slider?
That's more of a baby slider. He probably wanted a little bit more down, but still got the job done because it starts middle, and as a hitter you start saying, okay, pull to left center, and then right at the end it just slides off your bat.
And a fastball on the outside corner in there to Cesar Hernandez, who lined out to short first time up.
You talk about these Nats hitters leading the league or close to leading the league in runners in scoring position, driving guys in. They just have a knack for it. They want it. They want to be in that situation, especially in a situation like this, where Soto went deep the first at bat. Hernandez knows he's going to get a good pitch to hit at some point.
Need a quick reply from your YouTube poll question. Biggest impact of the newcomers that we gave the options for?
I think with Rodon, we knew he was going to be lights out. We know the Giants, they have a knack for obviously getting good pitching in or turning guys around, but this guy was an ace with the White Sox. With Freddie, we knew who he was going to be. He was going to be an MVP candidate. I like the Bob Melvin move.
Nice. Bermuda Triangle action, and it's Hilliard coming up with it. I'll double down and go Melvin.
Absolutely.
As well, a newcomer to make an impact. Mid-2, Nats still lead it 2-0 in Denver.
Make fun of me or my ball glove. It's sick over the head. Hart is.
Well, hot dog race going on here at the ballpark. They seem scared. The youngsters from Bucks County, Pennsylvania, got a little assist from the Fanatic. Whoa! Finish line was. Slow-mo is perfect.
Tucker Barnhart leads off the Tigers third. A rip down the right field line and into the corner. Barnhart will dig for second, looking for a double, and he will slide in there safely.
And then how about the slide here? Get in there, Barnhart. Look at that.
I think I have eyes on a shirtless man who is sprinting side to side in the bleachers in right center. And he's trying to create a wave. And he is moving. I mean, he is really moving. Those corduroys?
We're off and running with the Nationals up 2-0 on the Rockies on YouTube at Coors Field. And on the field is Amy G with a little more for us.
Yes, gentlemen, adding on to Aaron Sanchez and what Yonder was looking to see from him today, one thing working in his favor, he's finally healthy. I had a chance to catch up with the former All-Star, and he said he's dealt with a myriad of injuries since 2017, including shoulder surgery, and then in 2019 last season with the Giants, he found himself on the IL yet again with a bicep injury, and eventually he was DFA'd in August. But he said knowing that he's healthy, it just makes baseball fun again, that it's reminiscent of his All-Star season in Toronto with the Blue Jays in 2016. And he added the Nationals organization. It's been a breath of fresh air, and they have put his health at the forefront. Guys?
That's a good call, and he has an opportunity to stick in this rotation. They're missing some big names too right now. I heard yesterday Steven Strasburg and Joe Ross threw in West Palm down at their spring training facility. There are some open spots.
Yeah, there is.
Aaron Sanchez is still young too. I mean, this is a guy that flourished so early on in his career, and then, like Amy mentioned, he went through a lot.
Yeah, and you know, going back to me facing him when I faced him as a hitter, you knew you were going to be in for a nice ride the whole night. I mean, this guy he would go in, he would go away, two seamers, good changeup, good curveball. Big dude, the ball got on you, he hit it well. He's that competitive fierce of a good pitcher.
Ryan McMahon golfs one into the corner in right field, and that's where you can really do some damage. Heading for two, and he'll stop there with a leadoff double in the home second.
He's been hot his last 9 games, huh? And he's made some adjustments. It's more of a mental adjustment. I don't think it's so physical. Taking pitches, making sure that he's getting a good pitch to hit, not giving up in that bat early on. He's got a smooth swing, and by the way, lightning tower power.
Yes, light tower power for sure. It's a good park for that. He was digging for that baseball and still smacked it 105 miles an hour off the bat into the corner. That had bite when it hit the
rocket. You know that emoji, the rocket emoji?
Yes.
That's a rocket emoji.
So, lady, you send the clip along with the emoji. How'd you do today? Look at this. Brendan Rodgers swinging the bat a little better lately after a super sluggish start. He goes after the first pitch. It's a spinner right center, and that's going to split the gap. Ryan McMahon is going to trot home and make it 2-1. Rockies are on the board with the double from Rodgers.
Might be a slugfest today. Getting a good pitch to hit, jumping on it first pitch, up in the zone, try to go in on him, left it out over. Just a good piece right there by him, staying inside that baseball. Good to see.
Continuing the theme from yesterday, Colorado going after balls early in the at-bat. This was first pitch, Brendan Rodgers, and double number 3 on the season.
Yeah, and even right now for Sam, right? Trying to play small ball, you got to understand no outs. Get that guy over to third base. Possibly something soft here. Roll it over.
Big Sam Hilliard.
Hard worker. Played with him when I was here with the Rockies. Always wanted to learn. Always wanted to understand what hitting was like. Routine was very big for him, and big kid as well. They love this kid, and they think this guy can play left field, a really good left field for them.
He's in the football mold, 6'5", 236, but he can move. Sanchez, by the way, I mentioned he's young. He's still 29 years old. And that is past Sanchez, and it's bobbled. And the throw is late. So for a second consecutive day, a misplay from Alcides Escobar.
Very rare for Escobar to do those types of mistakes. Usually a sure-handed shortstop, a guy who's won Gold Gloves in the past. Kind of got up on him. But for Sanchez right here, you got to minimize. Right? You got to continue to pitch, get those ground balls, understand that there is still a double play situation in order, and just battle down into making quality pitches right here. Even if that run scores, it's okay. You want to make sure you get 2 for 1.
3 errors yesterday. And that's a big swing, deep left field. Strange Gordon looking, scaling, forget about it. Garrett Hampson, welcome back. Number 1 on the year. Sneaky pop.
Don't let that size fool you now. It is a short swing. It's a powerful swing. Uses his lower half very well. And if you put it right there, middle end, he is ready to go to work. Try to come in, not enough. That's a short swing, ain't it? With that extension, he knew it was gone. Man, that's got to feel good. Coming back, your first game. Let me just swing at the first pitch and see what happens. Oh, he knew it. Look at him. Look at him. Ha, waffle.
Let it eat. 387 feet. (4-2) Colorado. Super shift on Dom Nunez.
I like Dom. Good kid. Went, came to Miami. Look, came out for a whole week, practiced with me.
A whole week.
Yeah, a whole week.
And that's driven to right center. It's Robles making the call and taking a hit, but holding on to it. Soto with a little pinball bounce off of him and towards the wall. There's your first out.
High skies, things like this happen. You got to start communicating early on into the fly ball.
They've been playing together in the outfield for a few years, but was the communication there?
It was there. The problem was it's such a high sky, and Soto was so off into that line, he had to run a far ways away. So at times you may have a beat on it, and you're kind of grooving to the spot. So Soto may have seen, hey, he can't find it. I got to go get him. I got to go help him.
You know, the Nationals have 22 errors on the season. So the big one from Escobar a few batters ago. That's most in baseball, tied with the Pirates and the White Sox. And Dave Martinez said after yesterday's game, because clearly it was the defense that cost them, we just can't afford to make mistakes like that.
Yeah.
And reading in between the lines, I mean, this is not a team that's at its best roster construction wise at the moment. They're building their way back. You just can't afford to make those kind of mistakes.
Well, when your pitching staff also is struggling as a whole, you got to play solid defense when it's there. If you give them outs, if you give another team outs, a big league team out, you're going to be in trouble.
Let's track back to last night. There's one miss. Is he pointing to the lights? And that was the key play in the fourth, where the Rockies ended up scoring all 5 of their runs. That could have been a double play to end the inning for Patrick Corbin, who went the distance, 8 innings. A complete game loss for him. And I mean, he looked like, I'll use Dave Martinez's words, he was back looking like the Patrick Corbin version that we saw a few years ago, but nasty. The defense didn't back him up.
He was nasty. Maybe back-to-back changeup here, wouldn't mind it.
It's heat low to Blackman.
Charlie's always been known, though, to go deep into at-bats. Even though he may swing at that first pitch, he likes to get into them. He likes to enjoy the at-bat. We talked earlier, too, how this game was going to be kind of a game like this, where guys were going to take more pitches than not. Good changeup.
And strikeout number 3 on the afternoon for Sanchez.
Quality pitch right there, down in the zone, 3-2. When a lefty's sitting heater 3-2 and you throw him that changeup down, it's an automatic swing for most of the guys. Oh, great action right there. Anytime you have a right-hander 93, 95 miles an hour with a good enough changeup like that, 87 to 86 miles an hour, and he can locate that changeup, oh, it's a nightmare for a lefty hitter.
I'd like to see more of that pitch. He uses it 12% of the time so far this year entering this start, and that's a pitch that can be used very effectively in Denver.
Oh, absolutely. And the reasons for that is because the curveball slider don't tend to drop as much. So that fastball changeup sequence, the changeup looks like a fastball. So if any time you can dial up a hitter like that and switch the speeds on a hitter's eyes, it can be damaging for a hitter.
StatCast 3D powered by Google Cloud. He uses all 4, mostly the sinker and the curveball, but there's the changeup 12% of the time, and that might have been his best pitch of the day that we saw for the punch out of Blackman.
Yeah, and the beauty of the changeup too, you can also use it against right-handers. It's not necessarily a pitch that you want to use against only a lefty. You can kind of show it and put it in the back of their heads for the right-handers. Hey, I can still throw this changeup. Like this 2-1 count right here. He moved his feet down in the zone, in the zone on him. So now he kind of sped him up with his eyes, moved him around a little bit. Maybe a good slider or a good changeup might be a pitch to go here.
They're not using PitchCom, the new electronic device, so
two-seamer.
You can pick up signs that hit him.
Ouch. Just got away from him. Ouch. You know what's the worst thing about those balls? You just can't get away from them. No matter what you do, they're just running at you into your ribs.
Better to block it with your arm like he did. Tricep shot.
I did not like getting hit. I didn't care if it was a changeup. I didn't care if it was a curveball. We could play softball and I get hit. I'm on the ground.
No, you're a tough guy. If you could get hit by a pitch in one spot, where would it be? Like, where was the spot where you're like, that didn't hurt that much?
My behind. That's about it. And even then, I was like, ouch, ouch.
That's a junk pitch.
It just hurts for 8 seconds. You would think.
So now it's Grichuk, who struck out in the first. Doss has reached in both plate appearances. A walk and a hit by pitch. 4-run frame for the Rockies.
I like Daza to run right here first pitch. Why not? It's like, oh, you hit me? I'm gonna Ricky rally you. I'm gonna be in second base now.
Well, if Grichuk falls behind 0-2, send him, right?
Well, I think even behind, you know, right now 0-1, 1-1, good pitches to hit, good pitch to run on, generous lead. There he goes.
There he is. And the throw is on the money. Ruiz with the cannon.
Absolute cannon.
Pinpoint. Inning over. High pitch. Beautiful throw, setting up Hernandez to slap on the tag in stride and sit down the Rockies, but not before they score 4. Many thanks to the 3-run homer from Garrett Hampson. Rockies 4, Nats 2. We're through 2. It is Creator Spotlight time. Each week, we focus on a YouTube content creator that is featured in the live game commentary section. And today, we highlight Jacob Rogers from Made the Cut. I mean, he has a massive following. Over 331 million views on his videos, 338,000 subscribers. It's like baseball highlight videos, reactions, breakdowns, essay content. Hello, Made the Cut, and always great to have him just about every week for years in the chat. And he was talking about Jose Iglesias earlier, making some funky moves back in Detroit, he said, and also referring to the Crone family, that CJ has a brother, Kevin, who also hit bombs in the Diamondbacks organization. You remember Kevin, right?
Yeah, I remember him, and he kind of the same batting stance and the same approach. It was electric.
I'll give you one more from Made the Cut in the live chat earlier. He said Rockies purple jerseys top 3 in MLB. Yes or no?
It's a little, maybe a stretch.
Okay.
You know, Dodgers is pretty cool jerseys. The Braves like their jerseys. You know, Toronto, the baby blue Torontos are nice.
I'm all about the baby blues.
Oh, the St. Louis baby blues as well. Those are sweet gigs right there.
Powder blue Phillies, they'll do at home every once in a while. Here's Soto popping one up and back. It'll be a 2-2 count coming up to Juan Soto. Let's roll through some StatCast powered by Google Cloud and focus on the childish Gambino, Juan Soto.
Oh, man. Extension elevation.
His home run back in the first inning went 411 feet, but if it was at sea level, it would not go nearly as far. Would it still have been enough to clear? And that's into left center, and
good play.
Daza's all over it.
I felt like he was running from the start of yesterday's game, how deep he was playing. What a great play right there. Reading it off the bat. Those bloopers, man, I'll tell you what, they're hard to understand and kind of like check on as an outfielder. He can go and get him. Good changeup too, right there.
A lot of love from Antonio Senzatella.
But isn't it fun though with Soto? He looked at Senzatella and he kind of smirked at him like, all right, you got me there with that changeup. Okay, I'm gonna get you next time. It's the cat and mouse game when you're facing a guy like this. It's always fun. You understand, obviously they can beat you any given moment, but it's gotta be fun for a pitcher as well.
It's playful.
Nice guys. Gotta talk.
Hopper. Hampson called off and left. Smart play. Hilliard is all over it. 2 down in the third. Let's finish up our first YouTube poll question of the day. Newcomer in the NL West to make the biggest impact in the mind of the people. Freddie Freeman taking over half the pie.
Yeah, I can see that. But, you know, the Dodgers lineup, I mean, it's like they're going to score runs. You know, it's just getting an update. You know, I think Chris Bryant is going to be that guy when he plays. And when he gets out there, I think he's going to be a huge factor to this lineup.
I don't think nearly enough love was given to Rodon and Melvin. I was between those two. I think you were too. Melvin got no love.
Oh, man, that's
opposite field. Yadiel Hernandez, book it for another knock. He's 1 for 2 today, and he's now 11 for 18. Yes, 19. 11 for 19 on this West Coast trip.
You know, he likes the ball in. He wants to inside out that baseball. There's no better feeling than getting a kind of two-seamer or cut slider middle in and driving it the other way. As a pitcher, it's like, man, where am I going to go? If I'm pounding this guy in and he's taking me the other way, that's as pretty as it gets right there. Reminds me of that Tony Gwynn days. You can hit that ball the other way to the 5-hole like nobody else.
First pitch pulled past the infield for Michael Franco. Quickly 2 on for the Nats with 2 down in the third.
There's a situation right here where he's just got to bear down. Understand there's 2 outs. Continue to make quality pitches. I think it was a reduction of the pitch before. It was such a good pitch that he kind of lost focus a little bit there with that slider up in the zone and pounded it for a base hit. Right here, he's got to settle down himself and understand, okay, I got to go to work here. It's another stressful situation, which is what we talked about.
The switch hitting catcher, Keibert Ruiz.
First strikes.
I made sure my vocal cords were warmed up today because we're making calls and not many strikeout calls. These are 2 pitchers that do not produce much swing and miss, which is fun for us to watch. A lot of action on the field.
Well, you got to play solid defense. Look at that baby right there. I need one of those right there. What do you got there?
Back scratcher?
Oh, man. You know, there's some kinks, man. I got a lot of kinks after I was done playing. I wake up and I got a kink here, a kink there in my back. Man. Last 2 hitters hit balls over 100 miles an hour. Look at Sanchez right there. I mean, that's a picnic right there in the dugout, ain't it?
Yeah, but I want to protect the arm. Can someone come over and help him out with the back scratcher?
Trainer!
Back scratcher? All my Family Guy lovers out there, you know.
9 100 mile an hour batter balls in this game so far. That, you know, as a hitter, when you face these types of guys, you got to understand, all right, got to be patient, but still aggressive at the same time. Understanding that the pitcher knows he doesn't have stuff to strike me out, so it's got to be quality pitches. But with that being said, he wants to live in the edges, and then he can make some mistakes. So as a hitter, you got to be prepared for those things.
Runners moving to third, and there won't be a throw. Yadiel Hernandez swipes third base. Franco stayed put. Wasn't a dub steal. Did anyone see this one coming?
Well, you know, I think maybe he saw the grip, that it was going to be a slider, and it kind of took off. Usually when that happens with 2 strikes, especially a left-handed hitter, there's something soft coming. It's never going to be anything hard. And he maybe has seen something there. He's like, man, I got to take a chance here.
First stolen bag of the year for Hernandez. He had 3 last year.
I would like to see, they kind of soften him up right there. This whole at bat, I would like to see maybe a sneak two-seamer inside here. It's either got to be off the plate or it's got to be right on the black. See if you can freeze him.
Not easy to strike out this catcher at the plate, and also this is a pitcher who just does not rack up punch outs, and you're in a ballpark where it's tough to do that. So you add it all up.
Yeah, and when you look at it too, the positioning of the defense right now, that stolen base was key because now the first baseman there's a huge hole in the right side too.
And Ruiz will one-hop it over to second for Rogers to put him away. So the guest list is going to start flowing. Kyle Freeland will join us in the bottom of the inning. If you're in the live chat, YouTube content creators, questions for Kyle Freeland, he'll answer them. Coming up.
Nats down 3-2 here. Bullpen trying to keep it that way. Deep to left, and the bullpen can't keep it that way. Chris Bryant, 9th of the year, and it's 5-2 Chicago.
In the air off the bat of Bryant. Number 2 tonight. A majestic, towering blast for his 10th of the year, 8-4. Drilled out into deep left, number 3. What a night. And the Cub fans who decided to hang around until the end just were rewarded.
We're in the Rockies half of the 3rd inning. Big second inning for Colorado as they lead at 4-2. All of those runs coming in the last inning. And look at all of the extensions that have been handed out by this organization over the past year. McMahon, Freeland, Crone, Senzatella, Marquez. Good sign, building a nice young core with this Colorado ball club.
They believe in this squad. They think this squad is going to be around for a long time. Obviously, it starts with starting pitching. You get couple guys in that middle of that order, and we're in business.
And when you grow up about 30 minutes from the ballpark and you love the Rockies and you know how to pitch here, of course, it's just a perfect marriage for an extension between Kyle Freeland and the Colorado Rockies. Our State Farm interview. Kyle joins us right now for the home third. Kyle, how you doing today?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Great.
Fantastic.
Really nice to have you this afternoon on YouTube. Rockies leading at 4-2. So let's start there. I mean, take us through what that extension process was like, the 5 years that you signed up back on April 19th to make sure you're in this uniform for a long time, as this one's pulled to third and Franco is going to put away Grichuk for out number 1.
Yeah, it was definitely a process. Something that, went back to spring training is kind of when we, started things up and started talking and everything like that. And, it was just kind of, constant back and forth. And, happily, and, both sides are very happy with what ended up happening, and, got to stay in Denver, in my hometown. Rockies brought me through this system, got 5 seasons here, and then was able to extend and, get to have the chance to play majority of my career in my home state.
Which is awesome. And we spoke to Bud Black this morning and said, Kyle Freeland belongs here for so many reasons. I'll bring in some of the YouTube content creator live chat questions. 5 Point Vid says, Kyle, do you prepare to pitch any different in Colorado than you do for any other major league park?
Yeah, so you got to understand the factors that are at play here in Colorado. Obviously, altitude plays a massive factor here. You know, the dry, thin air is something that you gotta, you know, keep in your mind and know the adjustments that you have to make. You know, pitching here and then also, you know, going on the road and pitching somewhere that has, you know, some nice thick humidity, you know, where you can grip the ball well. So there's very small adjustments that we have to make. But, you know, I think myself, Marquez, Senza, who've been here, you know, for quite some time and you know, have been playing with the Rockies for, you know, 5-6 years now. I think Gomber's doing a good job of it as well, and Chad Kuhl is, you know, just he's doing his thing right now. But I think we've all, you know, created our own formulas of how to have success here at Coors Field at altitude. You know, it's a part that, you know, gets a lot of hate for, you know, guys not wanting to pitch here. But I think this group of starters that we have, you know, we want to take that challenge head on, and we want to prove, you know, all the haters wrong on that.
Yeah, you definitely nailed it. And I wanted to ask you, too, because you're a high-energy guy, but before we get to those baseball questions, I wanted to ask you about your dogs. How are they doing? How's wife? How's your golf game? I want to know a little bit more about the outside stuff of baseball.
Everything's great. You know, Mama's happy. Dogs are doing incredible. They'll be flying out to Denver next week. Benny, our German Shepherd, has gone through some cancer treatments, but that got all cleared up, and thankfully it was, you know, best case scenario. We got that all taken care of. They're happy dogs right now. I know they're a little hot in Arizona right now, so they're looking forward to getting to Denver, cooling off, and enjoying the summer here. As for the golf game, you know, it's pretty good. Didn't get to play as much as I wanted to this past off season. Got married, had a lot of, you know, weddings that I was a part of, so wasn't a whole lot of time to do that. But you know me, Yonder, my golf game's always right there.
His golf game, you know, I spent a whole like 2 or 3 months here, and I begged, like, I want to go play. I want to go play. We never got the chance. I want to go play, and I want you to get this round. You know, I think you can do it. Take me somewhere nice. What's your favorite spot here in Denver?
So one of my favorite spots here in Colorado. I got two. One's like pretty elite is you know, is Castle Pines Golf Club. I've gotten to play that a couple times. It's private. It's an incredible course to play. Extremely well groomed. And then my favorite public course to play is TPC Colorado. Opened up back in 2018. I know they're trying to get some PGA Tour events there and some Web.com Tour events there. It's a long course, man. They got a like 800-yard par 5 there.
Oh my God!
You know, you're going driver 3-wood 7-iron just to get to the green.
Unbelievable. Hey, talk to me a little bit about Mike Jasperson. You know, his strength and conditioning coach in Philadelphia. Ate 24 cheesesteaks. Oh my God! By the way, he's built like an absolute beast.
Yeah.
But tell me a little bit about that experience.
Yeah, I think his stomach just got back to normal about a day or so ago. So those cheesesteaks took a toll on him, but man, he's like us, man. When
he's one of the boys.
Yeah, he's one of the boys. You know, you tell him to do something, and especially if you throw some money at him, he's gonna be like, you know, I'm gonna take care of this, and I'm gonna get this done. I'm gonna compete and show what I can do.
McMahon fouls that one off into the corner. Had a chance there. It was going a long way opposite field off the bat. We're hanging out with Kyle Freeland here in the bottom of the third. 2 nice plays by Michael Franco to retire Grichuk and Crone, and now McMahon facing a full count. I'll get a question in there from the Rockies YouTube channel. They said, hey, Freeland, what's your favorite artist to see at Red Rocks, one of the premier music destinations on the planet, really? If you haven't been, you got to go.
Yeah, if you haven't been to Red Rocks to see, you know, any sort of concert, doesn't matter what kind of music you're into, it's one of a kind. It's a special venue. And for me personally, I've seen Machine Gun Kelly there 2 times, and has put on an incredible show. I got to see him the very first time that he ever performed at Red Rocks, so that was really special, I know, for him and his crew, and it was awesome to see, you know, as a fan to witness that and be a part of it. So he's my favorite artist, and being able to see him at Red Rocks for his first time there was it was special.
We have the evidence on the right arm too, Kyle. Can you run through Machine Gun Kelly's impact on your tattoo art?
Yeah, so it was one of my first tattoos. I got one of his lyrics going down my arms, then it kind of fades into a mountain range going down my forearm. But it says, "My city told me they needed me, so I'm grinding for that." It's part of one of his songs more early on in his music career. But like him, he represents Cleveland extremely well. And, I want to represent Colorado the best I can. That's kind of one lyric that he put out there that, stuck with me, something that I want to, continue to do. And, with this extension, being able to spend majority of my career here, I think I'm going to do a pretty good job of that.
Kyle, this year you've thrown a little bit different. You're kind of throwing the kitchen sink at people. Take me a little bit into that thought process. Your slider usage is a little bit up. Your four-seamer's always been up, but take me a little bit into attacking hitters here, or just in general for this year.
Yeah, I think just continue to refine my craft and my pitch mix and learning the game, learning hitters, getting to know different teams on how they attack pitchers. So me being a lefty that doesn't have a super electric fastball, I don't have those mid to upper 90s. I'm in the low 90s, so I need to be very consistent with my stuff. So it's just refining that craft and making sure I'm keeping them on their heels and off balance.
Kyle, it's always awesome to talk to you. Thanks for the time, and good luck the rest of the way. We'd love to do it again soon, okay?
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, guys.
Stay healthy.
Kyle Freeland. Hey, YouTube creators in the live chat. More questions, please, for Josiah Gray of the Nationals. 4-2 Rockies after 3.
That ball launched out to left center by Cruz. It's carrying. See you later. Number 1 is in net for Nelson Cruz.
Nelson Cruz is a strong man, and that ball had so much backspin on it.
Career number 450. Soto, right field. See you later. A no-doubter to the second deck. And he's 1 homer from 100. It's not one of his longest, but it might have been one of his loudest. Soto! Yeah, that was a fastball. See you later. There's number 100 for Juan Soto.
Well, let's hit the 4th. 4-2 Rockies. Next up on the guest list is the young flamethrower, Josiah Gray, coming over from the Los Angeles Dodgers last year in the big trade that involved Scherzer and Turner. And Sunday, he was dealing 6 scoreless against the Giants in the Bay. And in his last 4 starts, he's put together a 2.05 ERA. He's next, our State Farm interview in the dugout. Josiah Gray joining us on YouTube. Josiah, great start the other day, and how you doing today?
Doing great, thank you guys. I appreciate it. Glad to be here and glad to be out here in sunny Colorado for a good game today.
How's life going on the mound so far? We just showed your last start, and also we see that the curveball and the power slider working really well, especially lately for you.
Yeah, it's been great. Honestly, the command of those pitches and control of those pitches has been, top notch. Wasn't as great last outing, but the outings before, it's been where I want it to be. And now it's about building on that for next outing in a few days against a really good lineup again, and just building on that and continue to roll with the year.
Josiah, high-end prospect, but watching you and the way you go about your business, the mechanics, how you use your legs, take me back into maybe your childhood or maybe your high school days. The mechanics are so smooth for a young pitcher. Where did you get that from?
Honestly, just days of playing shortstop. I was growing up as a shortstop, just making throws. I remember being in the backyard making every kind of throw with my dad, with my brothers, things like that. So just having that transfer over the mound, that's always been my mentality, and then kind of just building on that for every time I go out there on the mound, and obviously specializing as a pitcher now, and continue to be athletic.
Sam Hilliard does an excellent job running a ball down in the left field corner for the first out in the 4th. Victor Robles digging in next, teammate of Josiah Gray, who's with us right now. Let's bring in a YouTube content creator question. Robbie Hyde says, Josiah, what has been the biggest challenge for you while transitioning from the Dodgers to the Nationals organization?
The biggest challenge? Honestly, just continuing to adapt at the big league level. That's what it's about. Over here I have a lot more opportunity to, pitch and showcase my stuff. So just getting that consistency is going to be the biggest part. But, so far it's been great.
Hey, Josiah, it's Amy G. I'm actually right behind you. And, you came to the Nats in a big-name trade for Max Scherzer. And for a lot of guys, that can give you confidence, but it can also add a lot of pressure trying to fill shoes. But your manager, Dave Martinez, said how impressed he was with the fact that you know yourself so well. You're so competitive. You're actually a little hard on yourself. But you're very clear on who you are, and that's helped you have success. What do you attest that to?
Just growing up, being that kind of guy that was overlooked, going to a Division II school, with one offer, and kind of coming out through the minor leagues. As a guy that people kind of had question marks around, just because coming from a Division II school and limited years of pitching, but. That resilience has always been with me since I was a kid, undersized, things like that. So it's been great to have a little bit of success at the big league level, to be able to push through that resiliency. But I want to keep going and not call it a year after 5 starts.
Josiah, speaking of that, you were traded for Max Scherzer and Trey Turner, and you had a chance to speak to Scherzer in New York not too long ago. What was that like? Take me into just the whole kind of situation of how it went.
Yeah, honestly, I met him down in Florida at Cressy Sports Performance, and it was awesome. Obviously, getting to pick his brain just a little bit, but obviously, with the coincidence of being traded for each other, obviously keeps us attached. And I just love the way he works, and I was excited to go up against him earlier on this year, and I'm looking forward to future matchups. But it's a future Hall of Famer. That's a guy you want to continue to work for, and it's a testament to, I guess, the work I've put in, Cabert's put into, be in the position to be traded for those guys.
I will say, though, when you got that phone call and you got traded, at some point, did you say, oh my gosh, I just got traded for two absolute monsters?
Studs.
Did you say, like, oh my, you call your parents and you're like, hey man, or your brother, like, hey man, I just got traded for 2 monsters?
Yeah, it took a second, but definitely a few days after that, I was like, man, this is crazy, to be included in something this big, with the organization that kind of wants to build around, Cabert and myself. So, yeah, it took a while, but definitely I had those moments for sure.
Hey, Sports Storm, another YouTube creator, with a question for Josiah Gray. After playing your first big league season in 2021, how did you approach this offseason?
Just maintaining consistency. I think, what I offered last year, just glimpses of, good outings with glimpses of bad outings, and, just trying to bridge that gap in terms of just making the bad outings not so bad and the good outings great, or even those middle outings, trying to make sure those are trending towards the good side. So maintaining consistency with my mechanics, my commands, everything, just feeling good on the mound, things like that. But, it's just a culmination of just the work.
Josiah, pleasure to talk to you. Good luck this season, okay?
I didn't hear you guys.
Pleasure to talk to you, Josiah. Good luck this season.
Oh, thank you, guys.
Crowd's getting rowdy in Denver on a Thursday in a 4-2 game after 3.5.
In the air, deep right center field. And this one is caught! Randall Grichuk takes a 3-run home run from Corey Seager. Wow is right. What a catch that was. Julie Chassin, my new best friend. This could be Seager's first Ranger home run until it wasn't. High drop, deep left, take a good look. You won't see it for long. Up on the concourse, the Crone Zone. And the Rockies lead it 4-1. That was loud and proud. How far? You ask. 466 feet.
CJ gets that pitch up, and that's obliterated.
Spilly, that wasn't even a strike.
This is the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube, presented by State Farm. Scotty Braun, Yonder Alonso, Amy G, and all of you worldwide with us in Denver, Colorado. Bringing in another poll question, number 2 for the whole crowd, as we watch Juan Soto let loose. Players under 25, and there are many that are full of talent in our game. We've had like a big infusion.
Oh my God.
Of superstar talent. So of course we're going to put the pressure on with our next question, and of course there's a first pitch swinging from Sam Hilliard. Back it goes. 60th toss of the day from Aaron Sanchez. But if you could pick one of these players under 25 to start a franchise with, Vladdy Jr., Tatis, Soto, or Acuna, who are you going with? My answer changes every, I was going to say every year. It might change every day, but you go first.
This is like having 4 pair of Jordans, okay? Jordan 1s, the 4s, the 10s, the 11s, the T-Breads, and not knowing which ones to pick. Okay, for me, that's what it feels like. But, you know, I played with Tatis. You know, I played with Soto. I played with all these guys, and it's just remarkable the mature level that all these guys bring to the table. I mean, you look at these guys, they're under 25 years old, but they understand what they're going against, right? They understand that they're representing not only themselves, but a city, and they want to win. They understand that they're really good players. They can also help out other guys, but you know, they bring it every day. For me, that's the hardest part. As you're a young player, you may take some days off because you're tired, or it just comes with the territory of a long season. But these guys, they don't take a pitch off.
Kind of a half swing from Sam Hilliard, still going a long way. Strange Gordon eyes it for out number 1.
And you know, you asked me who do I want, but
yeah, you got to make a choice.
You know, Acuna for me was the guy that I was very, very impressed with, and I was able to play with him. And you know, he's a kid playing the game of baseball. A little bit of Clemente. There's some flashes of him playing right field. I mean, he's got a good arm. He can run. He can hit for power. He can take his walks, and just you never know what you're going to get from that guy. You know, you understand what you're going to get from the other guys. You know, Soto obviously being one of those elite guys. But when you look at a guy like Acuna, man, it is a special sight to see.
Look at Garrett Hampson, 3-run homer earlier, tries to sneak a bunt down, and he is retired by Sanchez. Over to Bell. 2 away in the 4th.
He can do it all.
You want my pick?
Who do you like?
I mean, it's changed, and
it changes every day. If I ask you tomorrow, what's it gonna be?
Tatis is hurt right now, so I'm gonna knock him a little.
Right,
okay.
right,
There's been some injuries. Acuna at one point was the guy for me. He's just coming back, and I know this is a long-term question.
Right.
But I'm actually gonna go Soto right now.
Yeah.
What he did last year, especially in the second half of the season, with very little support in the lineup, is incredible.
They're all right answers.
Oh, they're all great.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Also, for me, one at bat. My life, my World Series is on the line. I'm going Soto. I think he's improved on defense. He's got the pop. The plate discipline, I think, is going to play forever as long as he wants to be in the big. So I'll go Soto for now, and I know Nats fans watching are probably happy with that. I'm curious to see how this poll goes.
Yeah, this is like the Cinco de Mayo beverage. What beverage you're going to go with? You're never going to go. It's never a wrong answer.
Well, no, the answer is all of them.
Every single.
Right?
Cinco de Mayo.
All the good stuff. We're
todas.
Celebrating.
Like in Spanish, they say todas.
AKA.
Todo. Everything.
All of it.
All of it. Everything. Todo. Nunez, I want to see you go big fly here. 2-0 count. Let it rip. Give me everything you've got.
He's certainly capable. Loves hitting in this park. That one finds the corner for Sanchez.
Friendly strike right there. 2-1 counts, man. You know, it's a hitter's count, but it's with a pitcher like this, anything goes. It could be a backdoor slider, it could be a changeup. It's not just a guaranteed 97, 98 mile an hour fastball. It's Nunez time. 3-1 count right here. Let's see. He's got some pop now. You know, first hit in the big leagues, home run. And I'll never forget talking to him before it. I said, hey, you're never going to have a first day in the big league, so enjoy it. Whatever you do, enjoy it. If you go 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts, enjoy it. Your big league debut, it doesn't matter what you do. It's kind of like that, you know, honeymoon stage. You get one night, and it's the day that you get called up. You know, and that's it. And tomorrow, then we need you. We need you. But he was able to go in there, and you can tell he was nervous. He was a wreck, an absolute wreck. Forgot his gear in the locker room. I mean, he's an absolute wreck. But he was able to go out there, put together some good at-bats, and hit an absolute tank, man, to right center.
He forgot his gear?
Oh, he was an absolute wreck. I was like, where's your gear? He goes, oh, my God, I left it in the locker room. But that's a rookie right there for you. I was like, hey, listen, go get it. Don't tell anybody. Go do your thing. Make sure you're ready for your at-bats.
And you're like, a few years later, I'll tell the whole world.
Oh, I'm telling the whole worldwide, man.
It's like I remember my first game.
Oh, man. You know what? Great sport. Good. That's a good guy right there. Gets along with everybody. Very intelligent for a catcher. Very prepared.
We'll see what Sanchez dials up in his third big league start of the year. First two were against San Francisco, and this time we'll tap her over to first for Bell, and Sanchez will cover to sit down the side. So it's really been that blip in the second inning and some shaky defense from the Nationals, but a chance to strike back with the top of the order, and that includes Childish Bambino, Juan Soto, Josh Bell and company coming up.
This is the 115th World Series, and for just the third time in the history of the Fall Classic, the road team has won each of the first 5 games. Tonight, it's the Nationals trying to force a Game 7 tomorrow night.
Swings and hits one to deep right. Down the line. Going. Gone. Goodbye. Bang. Zoom goes Eaton. It's the Nationals 2 and the Astros 2.
So now Juan Soto.
Soto swings and hits one high and deep to right. Going.
Into the top tank.
A tremendous home run for Juan Soto. And a World Series Game 6 winning Curly W is in the books.
They've stayed in the fight. Let's finish the fight tonight, Nats.
That is a rocket to left, and the lead is cut in half.
The batter is Howie Kendrick, and he hits it down the right field line, and it's gone.
Howie Kendrick has done it again.
What a stunner here in Game 7. The Nationals are a strike away from that franchise's first ever World Series championship.
Swing and a miss. And a World Series Game 7 winning Curly W is in the books. Unbelievable.
Back on the game of the week, and before this one, former All-Star, 16-year big leaguer, 320 home runs. Wait, former, or I saw him taking some hacks before the game yonder. Vinny Castilla, I think he can still hit one 450 feet. He's sitting next to us in the booth right now for an inning or two. How you doing, Vinny?
I'm doing great. I love to come in to this beautiful ballpark every day and watch this guy play, man. I mean, keep me young.
Are you making a comeback?
Vinny comes to the ballpark every day with his guaranteed 2 things: his glasses, his batting gloves, and his bat. 3 things.
Well, you were hanging with the kids today, right? It was the Science Day, STEM Day.
Yeah. There was a lot of kids that do the Science Day, like you say, and they want to see the launch angle, the exit velo, and the stuff. So they want me to do it. So I love to hit, man. So I do it with a lot of love.
But speaking of hitting, you know, nowadays they're throwing so many fastballs up in the zone.
And Cesar Hernandez lines one, a fastball into right field. He is a leadoff base runner for the Nationals in the top of the 5th, and here comes Soto.
Yeah, and with your fastball, I mean, you crush fastballs. Now, what do you think you would do in today's day and age of games?
I mean, I love fastball, like I say, man. I always go to the plate looking for a fastball and adjust to the breaking balls. And if I'm being hitting, man. If you make a mistake, I'm going to hurt you, man.
Hey, what is it? It's not personal?
It's not too personal. It's just business.
Not just fastballs. Fastballs up. There are more high four-seam fastballs up in the zone these days than when Vinny played. What do you think of this guy, by the way? Juan Soto?
Juan Soto, I mean, he's one of the best players in the game. I mean, it's scary.
What are you most impressed about him, though, when you see him? You're like, taking pitches or just being able to execute and just
every team at such a young age, man, to be so selected at the play and then just hit with so much power and I mean this discipline at the plate, and that's what impressed me, because you don't swing a bad balls, and when you make a mistake, man, he take you deep, man. And that's very impressive, man, especially because he's so young.
Confidence.
I mean, he has everything. He has everything.
It's a 1-0 count right there. You got a fastball, and he's smiling, having a good time with it. Like, you don't see that nowadays. Guys don't even smile at times, right? It's so serious and it's so like robotic, where guys now, the looser you are, it just feels like the better you're going to be. You play loose. I mean, you had a good time.
Yeah, I mean, you got to enjoy the game. I mean, you obviously you got to go to the work and, you know, be ready for be successful at the big league game, but at the same time you got to be having fun, enjoy the game. This is a beautiful game, beautiful place to play, and I mean, you gotta enjoy. You gotta be yourself.
That's right.
He is himself. I mean, look at the movements in the box from Juan Soto. He's one of a kind.
Yeah, it is. Like I tell John there, he's for such a young age, man. He looks like he's been in the league for 15 years, man, and you know, the things he do at the plate is very, very impressive.
Been here 16 years, 54 years old. By the way, happy Cinco de Mayo.
Oh, gracias.
Yeah, gracias.
That's right. It's a big day.
It's a big day in Mexico, man. And now, you know, the American culture embrace that day too, man. We celebrate it here a lot too.
Yeah, it's a good day. 320 homers. I still think you've got more in the tank.
I got a couple more today, man. But just
I saw.
Wall scrapers, man. It's what I tell the guys, man. It's very hard to a 54 years old still going deep, man. It's hard, man. I mean, before, just, you know, throw your hands and you go halfway over there. Today I was going like that and just barely go.
Man, that's a good bat. Look at him. He's talking smack. He's letting him know, not this time, buddy.
He has so much swag. Juan Soto will make it 2-on for the Nationals, threatening in the top of the 5th. Let's run through the resume for Vinny Castilla.
Oh, look at that mugshot right there. Looking good.
Clean. Part of the Blake Street Bombers, too. I mean, we were going over the names yesterday, Yonder and I, running through who you played with. The 2-time All-Star, 3-time Silver Slugger, 320 homers. Oh, and it was Larry Walker, and it was Ellis Burks.
Bo Bichette.
Dante
Bichette. Bo
looks good now.
And the big cat. And there's
big cat. Oof. What a hitter.
That was a squad.
Oh my God.
Remember that homer he hit in Miami?
To the top.
Oh,
I was watching that game live, day game, and it was a hanging slider, and it felt like it was a 3-wood.
Yeah.
All right, and it was like douche, and when he hit it, I was like, everybody just stopped.
It was the grand slam of Kevin Brown. You know, Kevin Brown was the best pitchers in the game at the time, and he hanged the slider, man. Cat, he just hit it like 600 feet.
Wow. I remember watching you, and I just remember the glasses. You love hitting with glasses, where nowadays you rarely see guys hitting with glasses. How did that come?
I mean, I just love to hit with glasses. They help me a lot defensively. I mean, I never like the ones that flip-flop, because
you lose sight.
It looks sight. You take time when you go like that. Sometimes you miss it when you try to put it down. And so when I have my Oakleys on, man, that's always there.
Yeah, but at the plate too.
At the plate too, yeah.
We really never see that nowadays, right, Yonder? Who hits with sunglasses at the plate? And that's driven a long way off the bat of Josh Bell, and it's going to one-hop against the wall. It'll score at least one for the Nationals. Cesar Hernandez come on down. It's a 4-3 contest.
I'll tell you what,
double.
But that ball right there was so well defended by Daza. That could have been easily a 2 RBI double. He was able to catch that ball barehanded and throw a perfect strike to the cut. I mean, it was as sweet as it gets and as clean as it gets. But that pitch right there, out over the plate slider, didn't want to do too much, kind of a cement mixer. And Bell, we talked about it. He doesn't try to do too much. He just tries to put the ball in play.
He barreled that ball.
And he barreled that ball.
Yeah, that's a play perfect, that ball. I mean, he's wait for the happen, like you say, man. It would be another run, but he saved one run right there.
The little things.
Little things.
Josh Bell's got him. Continues out of the back pick, and he's toast.
That's a good play right there.
Dom Nunez catches Juan Soto off of third.
That was a good place. Perfect strike. You never see that. That doesn't happen anymore.
Off of third.
Vinny, who's impressed you the most so far this year with the Rockies?
You know, Brian McMahon impressed me all the time. His defense. Last year he had a great year. C.J. Cron, man, is the great star. He's behind the ball out of the ballpark and driving some good runs for us to help us win a lot of games. And our pitching staff, man, you know, what impressed me about these guys, they learn how to pitch here. They know how to pitch here. Freeland, Marquez, Sensatella, Gumbler. You know, those guys.
They welcome it.
Yeah. And they love. You know, they love to pitch here. I mean, you talk to these guys, and yeah, I love to pitch here. And and that's the guys they want to have success here. I talked to Jorge De La Rosa too, and Jorge loves to pitch here too. And he was one of the best pitchers to pitch in this ballpark. And you know, it's not easy to pitch here.
Yadiel Hernandez drops one into center field, and Bell will hold up at third. Yadiel Hernandez is just on another level right now.
Yeah, he's seeing the ball like a beach ball right now.
How much fun is that?
Oh, it's a lot of fun.
He's 12 for 20 in the last 5 games. Go ahead, Amy.
Hey, Vinny, it's Amy G down here in the well, and I love the perspective you can bring to today's game because you were a Rocky and a National, a member of that inaugural 2005 Nationals team, and the Nationals announcing this year they're going to retire Ryan Zimmerman's jersey number 11, and I was wondering if you could just share your thoughts on Zimmerman as a teammate and the impact he had on this organization and on that area as a whole.
And it's going to be the ultimate tease because Vinny Castilla will answer that question after Chacin comes in to take over for Senzatella. Vinny's hanging in the booth with us in the 5th. 1-run ball game in Denver.
Rose leveling the bat. Roger sights a sign from Carter, the 1-0 pitch. Swung on. Pete Rose with base hit number 3,000 in his major league career as he lines a single to left. His teammates out of the dugout. Davey Concepcion followed closely by pitcher Doug Capilla. First base coach Ron Plaza congratulating Rose, and now the other members of the Cincinnati Reds ball club going out to first base to shake Pete's hand. Dave Tomlin, Dale Murray, all of the Cincinnati Reds players congratulating Rose. An historic moment here at Riverfront Stadium as Pete Rose, in typical number 14 fashion, lined a single to left field, and now standing beside his old teammate and longtime friend Tony Perez as the cameramen fire away down at first base.
Welcome back to our YouTube broadcast. We're in the top of the 5th. Rockies with a pitching change. Ulysse Chacin now on the mound. And let me try that again. Vinny, you have a great perspective because you were a Rocky and a National, and you were able to play with Ryan Zimmerman. The Nationals are going to be retiring his jersey number later this season. What was it like to play with him? What was it like as a teammate, and what was his impact on the organization?
You know, I know Ryan since he was a rookie, and in 2005 he came up in September, and you know, everybody knows he's gonna be a great player because, you know, he worked hard. He knows what it takes to be successful at this game, and you know, it's well deserved that the Nationals gonna retire his number because he was the face of the franchise for a long time, and you know. That's so nice to see his number in the rafters there in Washington.
You were at RFK back then, right?
Yeah,
I was just there.
I don't get a chance to play in the nice one.
It's a nice one.
Yeah, RFK is still up. It's still alive. Yeah, they're using the area as festival grounds now. In case anyone was wondering, you can look it up. But yeah, a little nicer in the new ballpark now. But you broke in the franchise. That was a big deal.
Speaking of guys that love to pitch here, Chacin on the mound right now. You know, he welcomes the adventure here in Colorado. Or like I like to say, you're hitting in the moon. He like enjoys it.
Enjoys it. I mean, he was so big for us last year, and you know, it's a big part of the bullpen we have. And he's a guy that they want the ball here. He like to come in these situations and give people out. So he's been so big for us.
3 infielders stacked up on the left side. You know, Chacin facing Franco. They're on the corners for the Nationals. 1 run in this 5th inning. And that's back to the pitcher, Chacin. There's one. The Rockies do what they do.
He loves it.
Leading the league in double plays turned. Vinny, thank you so much for stopping by.
Thank you for having me. Yonder, muchas gracias.
Igualmente, caballete.
We appreciate it. Happy Cinco de Mayo.
Happy Cinco de Mayo.
And good luck the rest of the way, okay?
Thank you.
We hope we're invited back.
Thank you.
We'll swing right back in a moment with the mid-5th update. Hey.
High fly ball, right field deep. Canseco back to the track. Look it out. It is off his head, it looked like. And over the top. A home run. That looked like it hit Canseco on the top of the head. We'll have to check the replay. It did. It went over the fence. David Hull's laughing out there, so it must hit something funny.
This week in baseball has its lead piece of video.
It either hit his head or his shoulder. Let's take a look at it. Martinez's 4th home run of the year. And Canseco goes back to the wall. He looks like he's checking the wall. He's checking the ball. Checking the wall and the ball. Reaches up. It's him right there. He goes over the top.
It hit Canseco in the head. And bounced over the wall for a homer. Look at this.
Jose, you've hit a lot of home runs, you've done a lot of great things, but that shot will live forever.
Bring your friends to the one spot with all of your favorite free MLB games. Play the hits. With Beat the Streak, Quick Pick, and more, visit MLB.com/play and download MLB Play today. Also, stream out-of-market regular season games live or on demand, plus MLB Big Inning and select pregame and postgame coverage. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details. That'll close the book on the stacked guest list today. And thanks, Yonder, for hooking up the little Vinny Castilla booth visit. Also, can you pick a more perfect guest? He played with the Rocks forever and a big part of this franchise's history, but then also broke open the Washington Nationals franchise in D.C. in '05. Really cool connection there. Blackman tried to put a bunt down the third base side, but it rolls foul.
Incredible player, obviously, but, you know, great human. I mean, this guy loves to hang out, comes to the ballpark every day. You know, he's one of us, one of the guys, puts on the uni, has his own locker, really embraces the whole kind of mentor leadership that he has here with Colorado. And look, this is a guy that he's everywhere. He'll be in the kitchen, he'll be in the clubhouse, he'll be in the batting cages. Heck, he'll go out there in the bullpen when guys are throwing bullpens, and he'll stand in to see what he sees off guys. And, you know, just a great leader all around, just a great person.
Yeah, great human being. We've spent some time, I know you've spent a lot of time with him, but we called the Futures Game, the Stars of Tomorrow, last year in this ballpark. He was managing.
As competitive as it gets.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
It was him against LaTroy Hawkins. Hawkins was dropping all kinds of one-liners. It was great.
I love that. It's nothing personal. It's just business.
it's just business, okay?
It's your business, man.
Blackman fouls that one off. Counts even. Charlie, the longtime Rocky as well, ranked since 2014 in all of baseball. Top 10 in games, average hits, runs, and sneaks in there on the top 10 on extra base hits as well. He won the batting title in 2017, and he's at the 300 mark career. And there he goes, past the shift for another one.
Consistency, man. That's Charlie Blackmon to a T right there. He comes to play every single day. He prepares like it's Game 7 of a World Series. No better teammate to have. Relentless. He's not so much of a vocal leader. He's more of a, hey, if you're going to see me work, if you're going to see me prepare for a game, if you're going to see me play, you're going to see the leadership all around. Absolute stud.
And this is third time through the order for Aaron Sanchez, which has been a bugaboo for him and many pitchers, but numbers really explode there. And so did the beard since 2011 for Charlie Blackmon. So that was the 2011 version. That's the mugshot that you were dealing with when he was in Georgia Tech, terrorizing baseballs.
Look at the sideburns. Hey, that's sideburns. Those are big league sideburns right there.
How do you ditch that look eventually? Like, can you go back from that?
No, I think that will be it right there for him. That's the look.
Forever.
I think. It's just the flow. It's the whole balance point. Serious in the front, or I guess party in the front, party in the back.
Denver likes to party.
I wish I could grow one like that.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can get there.
I'm not even close.
No.
I do a playoff hockey beard every once in a while. Just let it run. Double barrel action in the bullpen. Josh Rogers is spending some time in the pen to give the Nats another lefty option. And the runner's going, and on contact, the only play is going to be at first, and it is in time to sit down the speedy Daza.
That's a good idea right there. Hit and run, going on first pitch. It's a situation right here as well, understanding who's behind Daza. A guy who's a contact hitter, a guy who's going to work the at-bat, making sure he gives a full go right here to possibly continue to tag on runs.
Is that a bug in his way? I see him swatting.
Could be. Oh, hey now.
Off speed catches the inner corner for Grichuk. Hitless today, strikeout and a ground out.
I never complain with off speeds that were called up and that were balls, because those are the ones you want to hit. You want to hit the ones that are up. Anyways.
You'll take the hangers.
I'll take the hangers. The ones that were called down, those are the ones that I was like, man, oh, come on. But the ones that were up, you got it. The umpires will tell you that's your fault. I needed to call that. That's your fault. I'm grounding you. Here's a strike, buddy.
That's your pitch.
That's your waffle.
Word of the day.
Oh, that's a good slider right there.
And a great stop.
Great stop
by Ruiz. He's an excellent catcher behind the plate. Very young. Josiah Gray, when he spoke to us a couple innings ago, mentioned his name multiple times as a player that he feels very linked to. They're coming up together, similar age, coming over from the Dodgers organization, and this is going to be a special catcher for a long time. Great contact hitter too. Blackmon's on second for Grichuk. How about Aaron Sanchez today? Former AL ERA title winner back in 2016. Finished top 10 Cy Young voting that year. Went through injuries. It actually started with the blisters on his, it began with his middle finger, and eventually led to some other issues, including shoulder surgery down the line in 2019. But trying to find himself again in the big leagues. Still plenty of time to go if you look at the age, and that bat is broken into pieces and into shallow left and falling. Blackmon will hold up at third. It's a seeing eye single for Randall Grichuk.
You know, we talked about it earlier in the broadcast, and we talked about how you can get so many bloops here. The outfielders are playing way back. This is a situation right here is kind of an emergency hack, getting fooled off that slider, but you'll get rewarded if you put the ball in play. Not much you can do there. And going into a kind of a defensive meetings when you have these, it's one of the first things they talk about. They talk about, hey guys, outfielders need to play way back. Middle infielder, everybody needs to be able to be on point when it comes to these kind of grenades we like to call.
That one finds grass, and C.J. Cron has 2 base runners to work with. Down the pipe from Sanchez, and we've seen the fastball kind of tick down a little bit now in the 5th. Seeing more 89, 90, 91 from him versus the 92, 93 from the get-go, from the jump here in Denver this afternoon.
I'd like to see him here get something out over and take it to right center. He had a chance on that first pitch. Good changeup right there. I mean, Sanchez, look, he's been on top of his game today. Hasn't really missed out over, not much. He's competed. Just for me, I would say it's a quality outing so far.
It's partially due to some misplays in the field that burned them in the 2nd inning, just like it happened for the Nationals yesterday. Yeah, Sanchez actually just making his 12th appearance since Tommy John surgery in August of 2019. He hasn't pitched much the last few years. Cron up the middle, past Sanchez. It will bring in a run, and then it's spiked. A couple worms killed on that one as the Rockies grab a run and make it 5-3. Hernandez watched it slipped out of the hands and turn into an infield knock for C.J. Cron and an RBI.
I think it's time to go get him.
Yeah. What happened here? Nice stop, backhanded from Hernandez, and then.
Uh-oh. That's a, oh no, I'm too late.
I meant to do that? Not quite. A single scores a run for the Rockies and ends the day for Aaron Sanchez, who actually said earlier, I really want the YouTube Player of the Game trophy. True story. I don't think he's going to get it unless his offense picks him up. New pitcher coming in will introduce Rogers, and the Nationals trailing by 2 in the 5th.
Hello to everyone watching worldwide on YouTube.
This guy is on a roll.
Oh, he got all of that one.
Are you kidding me?
It's gone. He's got another.
Mic talk. Mic check, mic check, mic check.
Oh, yeah, got a hot mic on.
4th inning, y'all just stroll out. What a life.
Come on, baby. Here comes the throw, and they got him. This one's over.
There it is. There it is. YouTube Player of the Game.
This is going up on the top shelf for sure.
Rockies threatening in the 5th, and they've already brought home 1 run to make it 5-3. We have to bring home this YouTube poll number 2, and the player under 25 to start a franchise with. This was a tough second question. Juan Soto barely edging Vladdy Jr. That was my pick.
Can't go wrong with neither.
Nope, any of them. Right back to business. Josh Rogers takes over for Aaron Sanchez. There's the line, and he's responsible for 2 runners, so he is top step, looking for a couple outs from his lefty reliever.
This is looking for the double play, man. He's got a good sinker. He's got a good slider. Started him off, but watch out getting him on the hands right here.
That's one past Ryan McMahon.
You know, I always had a tough time with left-handers where on the first base side of the mound of the rubber, it was hard to pick up. The ball was kind of coming from second base. Sliders were sweepers. And the two-seamers kind of just started middle, but ended up kind of your backside, back hip. Tough at bat here.
And a great at bat on the pitching side from Josh Rogers to come in there. 3 strikes, bringing the variety, going off speed down the pipe to fool McMahon.
Good morning, good afternoon, good night. How about this matchup?
How did he get fooled by that one? 82 down the middle.
Yeah.
Not a ton of movement on it.
Not that easy. Okay.
I'm asking.
Oh man,
explain to me.
Oh my God, it's easy. It's a round ball. It's a round bat. Sometimes you're good, sometimes you're not.
But when you watch that one back on video, he's going.
Oh man, I had 100 thousands of those. I mean, but oh man, it's so difficult, man, to hit a baseball.
A lot of swing and miss coming here.
He hides it well.
To Rogers.
You know, he hides it well. It's got that life at the end there. Hard to pick up. It's got a good changeup as well. I mean, you know, there's so many variables here going on in this at bat. I mean, you're down 0-2 right now, so you're protecting at all costs. He's going to use it to his advantage. Rogers is pitching side. Moving his feet. Could go to that back foot slider. I mean, it's set up completely for it.
Big splits this year. Right-handed hitters are .319 against him. Lefties 0.56.
Yep. And you got to be careful if you're going to go slider. It's got to make sure it's got to be down and in or up in the zone. There it is. That's a good pitch right there.
This is the first appearance for Rogers since Saturday in San Francisco. Scoreless 2/3 of an inning. 1 hit allowed.
That's where you want to miss. Your misses have to be with I guess, a tense of attention. You know, if I miss, I'm going to miss here. I'm not going to miss out over. I'm not going to miss up in the zone. Try it again. Why not?
Runners moving. And we'll redo this 1-2.
Never was a fan of guys stealing when I was up hitting with 2 outs and I had 2 strikes.
Distracting?
You know, it just felt like it was a bit distracting. Obviously, they're going to third. I had the full angle of it. But, you know, you're in 2-strike mode. I mean, it's a tense situation. It's tough. It's really tough. You know, I always felt like, hey, you're already in scoring position, right? Let me kind of do my job. Like, I felt like anybody was in scoring position when I was hitting. But that's not always the case. I would whiff a lot. Uh-oh.
That's deep to central. Rogers has left the yard.
There it is.
3-run blast off the bat of Brendan Rogers, and the Rockies break this one open.
Oh, waffle.
It's a late brunch in Denver.
That's good to see right there, man. We talked it over. Pitch location was key. That slider was just not good enough. It stayed up a little bit. He was right on it. They started the at-bat with a slider. They tried to kind of bait him on it. Unfortunately, that slider kind of stayed up on it, and he took care of it completely. Just a nice, smooth, short swing with a big extension out to left center. It's easily to roll over that pitch, but once you stay through that pitch, all you got to do is touch it. Phenomenal swing right there by Mr. Rogers. So I would say Rogers wins that battle.
Yeah. You could have said that before the at-bat started, too.
That ball was absolute crushed. And we talk about why don't you not steal with 2 outs, 2 strikes. Let me take care of business. You know, let me just kind of relax in there, get a good pitch to hit, and hopefully get a knock.
Or a 438-foot 3-run home run to make it 8-3 Colorado in this 5th inning.
It's good to see Brandon do that. off to a slow start, has had some pretty good at-bats today, hitting the ball to right center. Anytime you're in the middle of the field, good things are happening to you. When you're right center, left center, that's good news.
Okay, looking to retire this side, but a 3-run shot for Brendan Rodgers. Styling with the headbands. We can also close the book on the day for Aaron Sanchez. 6 earned runs in 4 1/3. Big power day. Muscle up. Don't hurt yourself. All right.
Make fun of me or my ball glove. Canseco in the head.
Heart is palpitating.
Throws him for a strike, and Johnson Payne, I think, thought that was end of inning.
Yeah. He was ready to drop the dagger on him.
He did punch him.
Oh, he'll be hearing that in the umpire's room after the game today.
Pulled down the line and caught, and she's in the Dodger jersey, 1 gone.
This ball is hooking back fair. Oh no, foul. Okay, you can catch it.
Off of Staubon's foot. Can Santana get it out? Yes! That went off of his foot, and at one point was 62 feet in the air. Ole.
3-2, he's running. Swung on and missed, throw to second. And he missed him. A nice move by Mateo. He was out, the ball beat him.
But watch this move. You talk about athleticism, huh? How does he avoid that tag?
Now you see me, now you don't. A little magic out there.
The tradition continues. No, not the Masters. Fans, you have the power to choose the YouTube player of the game. And players love it. Look at the smiles. And at the end of this one, you're going to be able to vote. And that will help decide who receives this trophy. We'll hand out the hardware. We'll talk to them after the game. It's a big deal, trust me. I'm dead serious. The YouTube player of the game trophy was so important that it was talked about in the Nats clubhouse. I spent some time there before the game, and Aaron Sanchez is super competitive, and it separates the monotony of the regular season when you bring a little hardware customized. The name goes on the trophy as well. Aaron Sanchez wanted it. It's not going to be his today. Maybe he'll have another shot later on this season, but perhaps someone in the Rockies offense or Keibert Ruiz, liftoff and gone. Second deck. It's 8-4. Man. First of the season.
That was beautiful. Down and in. Last 11 games, hitting .324. You can tag on to that. A guy who not necessarily strikes out, but if you put it there, down and into a lefty, all you got to do is touch it. All you got to do is get the bat there, stay through a baseball. They didn't catch it well, but just good enough to hit it a very long ways. Oh, baby. What a swing.
Ball's got some jump today,
what
too.
What a prospect.
And look what I found. Chacin.
He's going to be special, man. Left-handed bat, good catcher, wants to learn. Tell you what, 8-4 ball game. Play here in Colorado, it's like having a 2-0 ball game. You're never out of it. A bloop and a hit, 3-run bomb, and we're in business.
YouTube creators are talking about it. Sports Storm said the ball's flying everywhere today. Yeah, all parts of the park. We've seen it go.
Always felt like here, especially obviously in Colorado, the ball travels a little more. But during day games, I always felt like it just traveled better. Obviously, you know, you have so many advantages as a hitter. The infield's a little drier. Ground balls kind of get through infielders. You see the ball great here, high skies. Outfielders tend to play a little deeper. So it's all in favor of I guess, or more in favor than usual to a hitter.
2 strikes on Robles.
When you look at Sensatella and Chassin, they're not strikeout guys. You know, they're kind of fooling you, if anything. They got to use all their pitches, got to throw the kitchen sink at you. So it's not a situation where, as a hitter, even if you have 2 strikes, you're not panicked. You're not on a panic board.
Robles checked. He went through.
Very good pitch right there. Look at him. He's in the zone. Like, give me another bat. It's a good slider right there. Good bite. It's a good pitch. That's a veteran that knows how to pitch after a homer.
And when you
strike
veteran,
strike one after a homer, first pitch strike, kind of take care of a guy right away. You know, you don't see him walking around the mound. No. Give me the ball. Let's go take care of the next guy. Minimizing at his finest right there. Let's not start a long inning or anything like that. Those are big. Those are big for a bullpen like Colorado when you usually play in longer games, high-scoring games. You want to make sure you attack at all times.
And a congratulations to Chassin. He has passed 1,400 innings in his career. He's now 1,400 and a third.
Wow. Man. Gotta ice that arm. How's that shoulder feeling after 14? You know, if somebody tells me that 1,400 innings, all that does to me just hurts my shoulder more.
You feel like I remember when someone says it.
I remember when they told me, "Hey, congratulations, you played your 1,000th game," and all I can think about is all the surgery I had throughout my career.
How many have you had?
8.
Wow.
I was like, yeah. I mean, I go through an airport and the whole bell is ringing.
Through the left side, Escobar with his first knock of the day.
Good piece.
And what a story. And Escobar spent some time out of Major League Baseball. Hadn't appeared in the majors since 2018 when he popped up last year with the Nationals last July. And hit well.
Played in Japan.
Played in Japan. He was in the White Sox minor leagues before that. Last year he hit 288, 340 on base. Veteran City here.
Yeah.
Signings before the season, so they bring back Escobar. Sanchez is on the IL. Cishek starting to pitch well. Doolittle hits the shelf as well. Hernandez leads the way on the lineup card. Franco, Strange Gordon starting today. We just saw him. And Nelson Cruz still not ready to go, but close again, coming back from a back situation. But what are your thoughts on bringing in a group like this when you have some young players like Gray, who we talked to, Ruiz, who are going to be part of the next great Nationals team?
Out of all those guys there, all it shows me is character. High-end character guys from all over the place, guys that speak English, guys that speak Spanish, guys that are going to protect the younger guys. It's not easy when you have a young group of guys or prospects that are going to go through their ups and downs, but it's a lot easier if you have the veterans like these guys, right? Nelson Cruz does so much for the locker room. Sean Doolittle does amazing stuff in the locker room. Anibal Sanchez does tremendous work, and these are good humans before they're good baseball players or great baseball players. So I think when you look at a group like that and you have a leader like Dave Martinez, it gives a sense of calmness when you go into the clubhouse. They've been through it all, right? They've been through the long losing streaks. They've been through the long slumps. They've also been through some high notes in their careers, right? So I think it's a great group to have.
Professionals to follow. I mean, look at the routine for someone like Nelson Cruz and how he takes care of himself. Right side, CJ Crone, thank you very much. Let's head to the bottom of the 6th. The Nats do get one back. Ruiz with a smash, his first of the year, pulled a long way. Double deck shot in Denver.
Juan, let's go back to when you were a kid in the Dominican. When do you remember first feeling a love for baseball?
Well, I think I was like 5 years old, I think, when I started feeling the love for the game and how I see the baseball, how I start playing, how I see my dad playing, my friends, brother, everybody. It was amazing.
What are your happiest memories from being a kid playing baseball?
I mean, I have a lot of happiest moments, and I have a really good moments, but I have sad moments too. There is one that I will never forget. It was a really good moment, but at the end it was sad because we lost. It was when we played literally the winter sport, LLWS tournament, but we were in the Caribbean Series and we just lost in the semifinals. That was one of the greatest moments that I had through the tournament. I met a lot of guys. I get to know a lot of more islands around the Caribbean and everything. It was just a great time, great moments, and those things that I will never forget.
Google Cloud is powering StatCast with massive amounts of data points to reveal new insights, taking you deeper into the game than ever before. Google Cloud is the official cloud technology of Major League Baseball. We'll put StatCast to work in a sec. 8-9-1 coming up for Colorado. Their lead is 4 in the home 6th. Scott Braun, Yonder Alonso, Amy G. YouTube's first game of the year, the game of the week with the Nats and the Rockies on a sunshiny day in Denver. Hampson with a 3-run homer in his first at-bat of the day and his first start since coming off the injured list. He was dealing with a tough injury. It probably doesn't sound as bad as it was. A bruised right hand, but it was the palm. I mean, how do you grip a bat and let it rip?
Yep, been through there.
So let me show you how you say welcome back. StatCast powered by Google Cloud. Hampson going a long way, and actually not much of a difference here as StatCast helps us separate the home run distance from what it would look like at sea level if we were playing in a more...
Still would have been a homer.
Yeah, in a more down to earth, let's say, atmosphere. Only pitch. 4 feet off, so.
Pitch right there, 2-1 curveball.
Plenty of distance.
Will get me over.
Rogers struck him out. High cheese.
That's good to see, though, after facing another right-hander. Good pitches right there, quality pitches.
This was a starter for the Nationals, Josh Rogers. Began in the rotation and then has transitioned to a bullpen arm for now and had been up to 2 1/3 scoreless innings in a few appearances until running into a Brendan Rodgers 3-run homer. The righty got him in the previous inning.
It's big for Rodgers, though. He's a former starter. Now in the bullpen can give him some length.
He can eat up innings for you. That misses high to Dom Nunez.
This is where Dom right here has to simplify it. Understand that, hey, I don't need to roll over a baseball here. Just take my hit the other way. See it as deep as possible.
And drive it to right center, but it's hanging up there for Robles.
Pretty good swing on it, though. Tough to do, man. Hitting is a tough thing to do. Do you know how many times I would go out there and just say, please, for the love of God, just hit a ball to left field, and I would ground out to second 3 times in a row. I mean, it is so difficult. The game is, and it just keeps getting harder and harder and harder, where we're seeing velocity at an all-time high. It's amazing how these hitters sometimes, they can just lay off balls or even hit balls for that matter. Like, I'll be watching the game and I'll be like, you know, the guy throws 100 miles an hour and he'll throw a changeup at 88 miles an hour and guys are taking it, right? And I'm just amazed by it. Or even that, hitting it. I mean, it's just unbelievable, the athleticism. I noticed as I was getting older in my career and I knew kind of time was running out, where I would face guys and it'll be an 8-0 game and they'll bring a guy throwing 100. I said, yeah, my time is, I'm out. Trainer, my back hurts.
Well, the next generation, the younger crew, was used to seeing it on their way up. Like, how often did you see upper 90s?
Yeah, you're right. I used to see 94, 95. That was my gauge. But then I started seeing 100, and I was like, yeah, I don't I need help. I need help.
You're like, wait, YouTube's doing games? Hold on.
Oh, babe.
You had a great run. Sitting next to the former All-Star. Ooh,
oh, that hurts.
That's off.
That's scary. That's scary. Take your time. Ears are ringing right now. Beep. That's all you feel right now. Like, man, what just happened? Yeah, give him some time.
Home plate up. Nick Marley took a shot earlier as well. Foul tip to the mask.
Yep. Nothing to joke, but I'm wondering if they'll probably ask him, hey, what'd you do your last at bat?
Really?
I went deep, Gauche. Ooh. Amazing, though, the technology nowadays with the mask and how they protect guys. Those foul balls are vicious.
Blackman with a spinner. Strange Gordon.
Tough play.
Can't get to it. That was falling fast.
Oof.
Mostly an infielder for his big league career. I do remember when he moved over to Seattle and they suddenly said, all right, you're playing center.
I remember when he had 60 stolen bases. This guy, I would be on first base and he would take off and you wouldn't even hear him. You would see the catcher throw to second. I was like, no, he's here. And I would see him just diving head first, like going into a swimming pool into second base. It was unbelievable to watch. He was a pest, a guy who was just a tough out. Didn't matter lefty, righty, he brought it, and when he was on base, he was a wrecking ball. This is a Charlie Blackmon special right here with this at bat. Just boiling off balls until he gets something to hit. He's not trying to hit a homer, he's just trying to put the ball in play. That's Charlie Blackmon special.
Well, let's check out his heat map. StatCast, powered by Google Cloud. Hit percentage by direction. That was last year. This year, wow, a lot more to right field. He's pulling the baseball more so far in the first month of the season.
Yeah, but that kind of changes. You know, I think early on in the year, pitchers are kind of going by what they have seen from the years past, and maybe there's a time where, hey, we got to slow him down and speed him up, maybe go in on him a little bit more. Once I think Charlie's he's a smart hitter. Once he shows that he can go on the pull side, it will eventually change into the left center gap, which is his bread and butter.
11th pitch of the AB ends in a pop out to Escobar in shallow left. Rogers wins it and retires the side in order in the 6th.
Make fun of me or my ball glove. Canseco in the head.
Heart is palpitating.
High twisting fly, well struck to right. Jackie back at the wall, leaps up, it's off the glove, and he is into the bullpen, and that's a home run. Castillo going the opposite way and taking Jackie with him, trying to make a spectacular catch, which we have seen before from him, that's for sure.
And there's another well-struck ball out to right for third with one shoe and a tag applied and still sliding in safe as Marte after the boot came off between the bases.
Good catch, Beth. I had no idea. He blew a tire there at shortstop.
At first, I was like, why is he hesitating? And Suzuki has a fantastic.
Now, he needs to borrow some of El Mago's cleats, too.
He's been able to get a crowd around him, Ben.
Come see the big green furry thing.
Yeah.
Like you said during the break, he's never not funny.
Never not funny.
And the fanatic loves it.
We've hit the 7th at Coors Field, 2-3-4 up for the visiting Washington Nationals, and it begins, Amy G, with that guy, Juan Soto. Get in there.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Juan Soto's all the talk, and so are some comparisons to Juan Soto. And one that struck me is some talk around the league that he reminds people of Barry Bonds. So who better to comment on that than his manager, Davey Martinez, who played with Barry Bonds. He said he absolutely can see the similarities. They both have a great eye. They rarely chase. They rarely check their swing. And they have ability to sit on pitches. He added, playing with Barry, he said, this is a quote, he was a different character and he owned the box. He was engaged in every single pitch. And what's so impressive is that Juan's doing that at such a young age. He added Juan constantly works on his hitting, and he constantly works on situational hitting with 2 strikes. And he added he's special. Okay?
Yeah, that's great stuff. You know, and talking to him and knowing him a little bit, he takes that craft at the minute he wakes up from bed. I mean, he takes it into effect of, I got to swing at good pitches, even during my tee work, even during my flips. I mean, this is as professional as it gets. You know, you're looking at a hitter and you just wow yourself. He's not even 25 yet. It's just remarkable the things that he has done.
Robert Stevenson summoned by Bud Black and the Colorado Rockies to handle this 7th inning, 4.5 ERA. He's given up 2 runs this year, both in a late April appearance against the Phillies. You know, when Soto bats, it's an experience, I think, for everyone watching. And I think it goes beyond, obviously, the Soto shuffle and the movements, but the way that he even tracks pitches all the way into the catcher's mitt.
I don't know anybody else in baseball that has his dance move.
Do you think he's a good real-life dancer?
I'm sure he can dance with the best of them. This is a situation, though, one of the best hitters, and you would think, does he have the green light? I wouldn't necessarily think so. He hasn't thrown a strike yet. They need guys on base.
And there's a strike. 97 catches the top of the zone. Juan was ready to go to first. He's not usually wrong, but I think.
Oh, he's just selling that.
He's selling it. I think Nick Marley was on the money there.
Oh, this is mano a mano right here. This is let's see what you've got for me. All right, this is Stevenson letting you know, I'm going to bring you my 98 miles an hour, and I'm going to let you know what you've got. And you can stare at me all you want. 3-2 right here. It might be coming again. Let's see if Soto can make an adjustment. My money is he might make that adjustment. He's that good.
This matchup has happened 1 time in the past. Soto walked.
Oh, slider.
And it happens again. But he has 2 breaking balls, the slider and the curve.
Oh, man.
You wanted the heat again?
Ricky, give him the heater. It's a good spin, though. Just missed. Soto was ready for that heater, though. Kind of buckled him a little bit.
The good news is the guy hitting behind him is on fire so far this year. On base 45% of the time, the switch hitter Josh Bell. And he says it's been clicking for him from both sides of the plate. better than any time he can remember in his life.
Oh, that's got to feel good.
A walk and a double today for Bell.
Kind of try to overthrow that ball right there with Stevenson. Still make some pitches here, not let this inning get a little too long. Walks with no outs are a big part of run scorings and bigger innings. Got to execute here.
Great baseball weather day. Over 30,000 in attendance at Coors Field.
Remember Robert Stevenson with the Reds.
Yeah.
Big prospect. 27th overall in the first round. Always has had a good arm.
Scouting reports had him pegged to be an upper echelon starter. Now working out of the bullpen. Fisted by Bell into center field. Oh, it's all working for Josh Bell right now.
Yeah. When you're protecting the top zone at 96, 97 miles an hour, good things are happening for you. I mean, that was as short and as flat of a swing as you can see right there. He didn't try to do too much. Just stay short. Just take whatever they give me. It's about starting a long rally right here. And for the guy that's hitting right now, that's up. 5th multi-hit game. A guy you definitely don't want to see up at the plate. He's tough to strike out. You know, the talk here is we got to minimize this. 4 runs. You know, you got to make sure that you can just get a ground ball here and hopefully get a double play.
Yadiel Hernandez, also one of the hottest hitters in the league right now, about to get going. While we have a moment, the regular season is clearly underway and anything can happen, so follow at MLB on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube so you don't miss a thing in 2022. And download the MLB app to get video highlights, live pitch by pitch, breaking news, player updates, stat leaderboards, and more for your favorite team and the rest of the league. Sometimes I speed up the words per minute. I don't want to miss a pitch.
I noticed that.
That's how I train in the mornings.
That's the secret to the 3% body fat. Well, all this time we've known each other. This is the secret you give me?
Talk fast. But then be able to dial it back.
Unique New York.
It's going to be a fun year. Yadiel Hernandez.
Oh, there it is.
Roller. There's one. And the Rockies turn 2. By far the most double plays turned in baseball. 4 yesterday. I believe that's 2 today.
No better feel than when the pitching comes out and says, hey, I need a double play right here. Say no more. Good pitch down in the zone. It's on a tough hitter. Talk about minimizing a big inning right here at his finest.
Does Vegas do double play props? I feel like that'd be fun. I mean, the Nationals have bounced into the most.
I'm sure they do. They do everything.
Look, 40. Maikel Franco swinging a miss, and he has hit into a double play in 5 straight games. It's not happening right now.
Trust me, he knows it too.
That streak's going to come to a close, though, Jan.
Thank God. He's probably thinking, thank God.
Oh, that includes today. Sorry, I forgot. In the 5th, he hit into one, so the streak continues. My bad.
He wasn't trying to hit the ball on the ground there. As a hitter, anytime you see a breaking ball up, your eyes just open up.
I was listening to the Nationals TV broadcast last couple days. They said also fast playing service. It's deceiving. It doesn't look that way, but it is. Is that true?
It is true, and especially on a day game, it gets a little faster. The infield, the dirt kind of gets a little harder. They were cutting the grass early on this morning when we got here. I mean, they're making it as thin as possible. I mean, hey, it's Coors Field. You want it as thin as possible. It's a hitter's paradise.
Franco, right side, and the Nats cut into their deficit. He's heading for 2 and going to stand there safely. Michael Franco comes through with an RBI double. Make it 8-5. And to quote the Fireball review in the game commentary section, Coors Field, where no lead is ever safe.
Never. That's a flat swing, though. Understanding you got to see the ball as deep as possible. I love the 2-strike approach right there with no leg kick. Kind of open up his stance a little bit like Soto, and understood that, hey, with 2 strikes here, I just got to use my hands. The velocity he's producing on that mound is enough for me to just get it through the infield.
Soto scores on the 2-bagger from Franco, and now Ruiz, who homered back in the 6th. Bud Black says, let's switch things up in the 7th. Kinley's coming in. He's been dynamite out of the bullpen for the Rockies. More from Coors Field in a moment.
Hello to everyone watching worldwide on YouTube.
This guy is on a roll.
Oh, he got all of that one.
Are you kidding me?
It's gone. He's got another.
Myself. Mic check, mic check, mic check.
Oh, yeah, got a hot mic on.
4th inning, y'all just stroll out. What a life. Come on, baby.
Here comes the throw, and they got him. This one's over.
There it is. There it is. YouTube player of the game.
This is going up on the top shelf for sure.
2 outs in the 7th. The Nationals have picked up another run, and they trail by 3. No lead is safe, we know, in Colorado especially. And also when Keibert Ruiz is about to dig in, coming off a 424-foot smash to the second deck. StatCast 3D powered by Google Cloud. We're measuring Coors Field against sea level distance. And again, it's a homer.
Yep.
Whether you're high up in the sky in the Rocky Mountains or down to earth, he did it.
Yep. It was a slider down and in. Didn't do too much with it. Stayed through it. Just a beautiful swing right there. It would have been a homer anywhere.
400 plus down the line. That'll play. Tyler Kinley has been brilliant out of the bullpen for Bud Black, one of his high leverage guys now, making his 12th appearance of the season, and the ERA is shy of 1 so far this year.
And expect to see a lot of sliders right off the gate here. So for the approach for Ruiz is getting that slider up in the zone, thinking fastball's up in the zone and adjusting off the slider up. Not trying to do too much. You don't want to pull it. You want to make sure you just stay through it.
Franco on second, and a pitch upstairs to Ruiz. So Kinley's dealt with 6 inherited runners. He's got one now behind him. 2 of them have scored against Kinley so far this year.
Yeah, and a South Florida guy. Talked to him earlier before the game. He's like, man, I saw you when I was growing up. I saw you through my days playing. I was like, man, I'm getting old.
Did he watch you at Miami maybe?
Yeah, he saw me at Miami.
Nice.
Saw me a little bit when I came and played, against the Marlins. Shook his hand, came up to me, and introduced himself. Good cat right there.
I like it.
Yeah.
Three infielders to the right side against Ruiz. There they are.
Always tough as a young hitter, though, or any hitter. You go up to the plate, you know the guy throws a lot of sliders, but he also has a good fastball, and yet you haven't seen it. So it's like at some point here, he's got to snap that fastball. It's a matter of having an approach and understanding that you still got to get a good pitch to hit, even though you're 2-1 count here.
And that's down the line, and the Nats will score another. Here comes Franco. Ruiz with an RBI double. It's 8-6.
Another fastball. He was waiting for it. He took some sliders, but he stayed on that fastball. That's a good approach, mature hitter, understanding that you got to be able to hit the fastball and you got to adjust. He got a good one right there and had a nice, short, easy swing to it. And once again, the Nationals get guys, runners in scoring position, and they're leading. They're on the top 2 guys in the National League, teams in the National League, getting guys in.
A 12-hit day for the Nationals. Chipping away. 4 of their last 6 games have produced double-digit knocks. Their offense has taken off on the road. Well, they took 2 out of 3 from San Francisco this past weekend.
Yeah, tough place to do that, and you know, you come to Colorado and kind of enlightens you a little bit more as well.
After this, the Nats head to Anaheim to match up with a star-studded Angels roster.
Well, don't miss Shohei. Pitch today.
Yep, that's true. That helps.
So you're going in there feeling good. See what happens today, but you know you're offensively, you're doing the things you need to do.
They will have to pitch to Shohei.
Oh, they'll have to pitch to a couple guys there that are pretty good.
Trout, Taylor Ward on fire.
Oh, good block. Good block. You know, those they don't go on the StatCast. You know, like that could be a potential saving run. Those blocks or the picks from first base, like those are huge.
Well, that's eye test. You got to watch the games to know who's doing it best. They have pitch count, you see, on the left wrist.
Yeah, they do. He's using it too. Oh, spoiler alert. That's all that is right there. That's looking for a zone, and you're saying, oh no, I am not going to strike out. I got to just put the ball in play here. That's tough to do. That is as tough as he gets right there. Oh, man.
Good defense.
Especially with 2 strikes, understanding who you are as a hitter. You know you got the wheels. Put the ball in play and go to work. He's throwing all sliders. I'm intrigued here. You try to sneak a heater at 97, 98 miles an hour up in the zone. You're also playing the bloop. The outfielders are a little bit in right now. A lot of things that come into play.
Rolled right side for Rogers. All sliders. Hey, why not? Opposing batters are 1 for 20 against Tyler Kinley's sliders, so don't even go 50-50. Slider City does the trick. Let's stretch.
Make fun of me with my ball glove.
Heart is palpitating.
High twisting fly, well struck to right. Jackie back at the wall, leaps up, it's off the glove, and he is into the bullpen, and that's a home run. Castillo going the opposite way and taking Jackie with him, trying to make a spectacular catch, which we have seen before from him, that's for sure.
And there's another well-struck ball out to right for third with one shoe and a tag applied and still sliding in safe as Marte after the boot came off between the bases.
Good catch, Beth. I had no idea. He blew a tire there at shortstop.
First, I was like, why is he hesitating? And Suzuki has a fan.
Oh! He needs to borrow some of El Mago's cleats, too.
He's been able to get a crowd around him, Ben.
Come see the big green furry thing.
Yeah.
Like you said during the break, he's never not funny.
Never not funny.
And the fanatic loves it.
Poll question time. Everyone participate. I think you'll like this next question. A homer wins you $1 million. Not in real life. This is fantasy, okay? We're not giving that away. You get one pitch. Which park do you choose for that swing? Coors Field, Fenway, Wrigley, Great American. And if you've been watching the game today, the ball's moving.
Yeah, it's flying. It's flying out, especially on a day game. Those are good parks, though, man. You know, played in Great American, played in all of them, but never hit a homer in Fenway. But Great American, Cincinnati, that's a great park. Coors Field, obviously, another great park, and Wrigley Field. When the wind's blowing out in Wrigley Field, is heaven to play. All right.
So is that your pick?
Backyard.
You can add to it. Wrigley with the wind.
Well, I would probably do it in Wrigley. There we go. Number one, look, if I need to hit one homer, I might as well do it there. By the way, off Carlos Zambrano, I took my time rounding the bases, but I was as scared as it gets. I was like, just don't rip me.
If you take
in the
too much time, Carlos Zambrano is going to let you know about it later on.
Listen, back then, I mean, if you took a long swing, a big swing off of him, he would probably drill you.
Yes.
Right? But
tough dude.
If I had to pick one, okay.
Yeah.
Wrigley. And people will say, well, why not Coors? Well, I played here and I never even hit one. Well, I knew that my time was over. Like, if you can't hit a homer here, you got to go.
I was going to pick Coors, but I'm not hitting it in any of those ballparks.
Be surprised, though. Coors is a big field. But if you get a place where the wind's blowing out, like Cincinnati or even a place like Wrigley, Boston, even though it's a short portion left, it is a huge portion in right center. I mean, it's 420 plus.
Right back to Kyle Finnegan, new man on the mound for the Nationals. Daza is gone in the 7th.
Oh, come on, guys.
I didn't ask for that.
That's just wrong. That's just wrong.
It's perfect, though.
I mean, thank God I hit a homer.
Come on.
I hit a couple homers with the Rockies. It's just on the road every time.
Just weird. That's unlike everyone else. You're different.
Just a different animal. Brought the cucarachas. It was like kind of my thing. You get a homer, you got to do the cucaracha. I used to play a song here. Fun stuff, fun times.
Great city. Grichuk, righty matchup. Oof.
In the dugout, what you say to that? We got ice.
We got ice?
Yeah, we got ice. We got ice and we got ice.
Take your pick. Grichuk styling, by the way. I like the halfway up the leg pants situation going on there.
Gamer.
Yeah.
It's like a linebacker safety. Uh-oh.
Opposite field, Soto looking at it, heading back towards the wall, and it's gone! Gamer, go long. And stretch the lead out to 9-6. Randall Grichuk powers up for his 4th home run of the year.
Man, that was nice right there. Getting a fastball up in the zone, staying through a baseball, as flat of a swing as it gets. Lower half was working phenomenally, and the ball just kept going and going and going. You know what? That's a Coors homer right there. Put good wood on it. Off the bat, 100+ miles an hour. Man, that's pretty right there.
389 feet on that shot to right.
Oh, man. As soon as it left the bat, just keeps going and going and going. That's beautiful right there. When it hits the top of the fence right there, oh, give it to me, baby. Yes. Amen to that.
Grichuk's been great so far in his young Rockies career.
He has been consistent.
This team's 14-10.
Yeah.
There have been some soft spots in the schedule early on this season, but you still got to get the job done.
Yeah, and they play really well at home as well. Out of their last 16 games, they've won 11 of them. So, this is a team that they're not going to you're not going to come in here and kind of bully them and say, oh, yeah, great hitters park. No, they're going to do all the things that to win a ball game. They have speed, they play good defense, they have some poppers. Middle of that lineup is as good as it gets.
Like Crone, most extra base hits in the big leagues. Takes one tight. Last year, the Rockies were 57-38 at home, but 30 wins and 59 losses on the road. In their first 39 road games last year, they lost 33 of them. And that's going to drop. His second hit of the day. Back-to-back singles for CJ. They have 9 runs today, and we're used to this.
Yeah, and as a visitor, when you would come here, you knew you were in for a long haul. You knew these guys were going to swing it. You knew they were going to have some good arms coming out of the pen, good starters. Obviously, when I played against them, it was, you had Trevor, you had Tulowitzki, you had Nolan, you had, all these guys, Todd Helton, Matt Holliday. So it was a stack, Carlos Gonzalez. So these were guys that, you knew that if you had an 8-0 lead, it felt like a 2-0 lead. Because in a blink of an eye, it was 10-8. But they've always been known to have guys like that, where guys that can hit the ball a long way, guys that can hit for average. And it was a treat to come play here and watch Tulowitzki or watch Carlos Gonzalez. I mean, these guys it was a show. It was literally a show every single day.
I mean, we were lucky enough to have Vinny Castilla in the booth with us a few innings ago. He had quite the group.
Oh, man. And I feel like this is the start of that new generation, right, where we're going to be talking about these guys 10, 15 years from now and say, wow, these guys really put some crooked numbers out there. They're a tough offense.
McMahon's a big part of the present and future now for the Rockies, signing a big extension.
Sneaky good golfer.
McMahon, too? Did you play with him?
Yeah, single handicap. Pretty good. Hits the ball a long way. Got a nice little touch on the short game. Pretty good, but pretty good. Pretty good athlete.
Pretty rich now, too.
I was waiting for that.
Big deal. 6 years, $70 million. Last year, led the major leagues in defensive runs saved. He was excellent at second and third for Colorado, and big shoes to fill at the hot corner. Arenado was there for a long time.
Great teammate, prepares himself like no other as well. Just a bunch of good guys in that clubhouse.
They've lost some big names. I mentioned one, but also Trevor Story moving on this offseason, and he has really struggled in his first month and change with Boston. We were checking out his swing changes. I mean, happening naturally, not on purpose, where he's getting into some bad habits.
Yeah, and a lot has to do too with a new league, going from the National League your whole career to going now to an American League, going to a very tough division in that American League East. You can look at Nolan, and it didn't affect Nolan as much. You can look at Tapia, right, who's with Toronto playing left field, and it's affected him a little bit. So, look, it's such a short season. It's still only April. Once it gets hot, I think the waters will kind of level out, and you'll see all these guys come to life.
McMahon is down on strikes. And we're up to Brendan Rodgers, who I've been following for a long time. Former first rounder for Colorado. High expectations, and last year he hit over 280. This season, a super slow start, but the last couple days have shown some really positive signs.
Yeah. A 3rd overall pick. Uh-oh.
And they have him caught.
He balked. He balked.
Oh, a balk. There you go.
That's the freak out where everybody's screaming and you have nothing to do but just kind of move around and say, like, what's going on? What's going on?
Finnegan balks Crone to first. Where is it? Wait.
Oh, moved his leg up. Timing there. You know, you go 1,000, 1,001, 1,002, and then you just go. So you had it timed perfectly right there. Well, the big guys, the sluggers, we got to take all the advantages we can. I mean, I had a few stolen bases in my career. Most of the time, they were back bases. First and second, I was the guy at first. But he had it timed completely. It was 1,001, 1,002, go.
Two hits yesterday for Rogers, 2 more today, and a foul ball. The big one came in the 5th.
Hanging slider.
Boom, 438 feet. See ya.
As soon as he got it, everybody knew it was a bomb.
That's good lift.
Oh man. And I used to ask all the guys when they would hit homers, did you get all of it? And kid you not, everybody would say, nah, I didn't get enough of it. There's still more in there.
That's such a big league answer.
And I love the answer. You never get enough of it. I mean, there was times I would absolutely crush a baseball. And somebody would ask me, be like, come on, you know the answer to that. I never get enough of it. There's always a little more. Tell you what, though, it's got to feel good, though. You know, the Nats put 2 up, top of the 7th, and you come back and you answer with a run.
And Finnegan strikes out Rogers, that's right. And the run comes thanks to Randall Grichuk. I'll cue up a YouTube creator comment. Let's go to Jermaine Curtis. Grichuk with the Oppo Taco. Correct. 9-6.
Territory. Now Offerman tagged up on that play, and Walker doesn't know how many outs there were. He gave the Offerman will go back to 3rd.
Well, wait a minute. This is something I don't understand. I think Walker gave the ball to a fan.
He thought that was the 3rd out.
Yeah, but how can they? I don't understand how. Well, I guess it's like a throw into the seats. Okay, I guess that's what they're saying. Even though he didn't throw it in, he gave it to someone.
I'm surprised.
3 out.
I'm surprised Walker remembered to show up tonight.
See, and he gives it to that kid.
Yeah.
Here's the funny part. He goes back to get it, though. That's what's funny.
Maury.
Yeah.
It's often said that you see something new all the time in the ballpark. Have you ever seen that?
Well, I haven't, but maybe nothing like that, John. You and Joe do so many games, you might have seen something.
I've never seen that, Maury.
Maybe if we live right, we'll never see it again. That is the worst, isn't it?
Go grab all of your exclusive Nats content. Head to the Nationals YouTube page to watch exciting moments, interviews with players and alums, Nats in your neighborhood, and more. Visit youtube.com/nationals to subscribe today. Also, all of the Rockies action at their YouTube page. Big moments, the interviews, the highlights, and much more. youtube.com/Rockies. Subscribe to their channel today. Great day for baseball. Runs aplenty, 9-6. Colorado hanging on to the lead. Scott Braun, Yonder Alonso, and Amy G with us again downstairs.
Yeah, gentlemen, a fun nugget on the Nats first base coach, Eric Young Jr. I had a chance to catch up with him before the game. He is the son of Eric Young Sr., both longtime baseball players. This is Eric Jr.'s first year with the Nationals, but he said he actually spent summers here in Colorado while his dad was with the Rockies parts of 5 seasons. Eric Jr. also a Rocky for parts of 5 seasons, and they are the only father-son combo to play for the Rockies organization. He said that they actually were able to face each other. His dad is the first base coach for the Atlanta Braves, and they faced each other earlier this season and left little treats on the field for each other. He said he left his dad a cookie, and then when he came back out to the field, his dad had left him some trail mix. So the apple does not fall far from the tree in the Young family, guys.
That's awesome.
That's some good stuff right there, Amy.
Thank you, Amy. Gracious and snack-worthy.
You think they talked a lot during the series? You think they went home together?
Yeah.
Had some dinner? Yeah, for sure,
For sure. Yeah, you got to catch up with Dad when you're both traveling so much. Both first base coaches now. Yeah. That's really cool, generation to generation.
I always used to talk with Eric Young Sr. because he used to align all the outfielders in Colorado. He's like, oh, you ain't going to get a hit today, baby. You ain't going to get a hit today. That was my whole goal, is to make sure I beat Senior for the day.
Silence him.
That's right.
That is scorched to left field and bouncing up against the wall and turning into a leadoff double in the 8th for Victor Robles. And that's coming off Alex Colomé, new man on the mound for the Rockies. Let's bring in Amy one more time.
Well, just continuing with the Young story, Yonder, I did ask him if he spent a lot of time with his dad in that series, and he said absolutely. And when they get together with family, he said baseball's their own lingo. They start talking about different types of pitches and you know, speeds, and everybody's out. They're like, nope, there they go. There goes dad and son talking. But when they went to Atlanta, it's Senior. Eric Young Sr. has to buy dinner. And when they're in Washington, it's going to be Junior's turn.
That's nice. That's nice.
Fun personalities.
Oh, man. Can you imagine the baseball talks that are in those?
Yeah, I'm in.
Those dinner tables?
I'm in for a dinner there. If we do Nationals Braves at some point, sign me up.
Colomé, just cutter city. Loves his cutter. Great pickup by the Rockies. You know, he has like 4 different cutters. He has a cutter that goes sideways, downwards, upwards. I mean, it's just incredible the command he has with the cutter. He's always thrown it, always had really good command with it.
So you don't need an off-speed pitch to make it in the big leagues, huh?
Well, he's still got the, you know, he's got the 4-seamer to go off of that. It's a little baby 2-seamer, 4-seamer action, but his bread and butter is clearly his cutter. I mean, he can backdoor it, he can front hip it. Just an amazing guy. Good teammate. Played with him with the White Sox a little bit, and yeah, he's always welcome to talk to the guys about it. You know, most guys will do that, but there's also guys that just, you know, you ask them, hey, how do you throw your cutter? And they'll be like, oh, well, I don't know. I just grip it and throw it. This guy was all hands on deck. He said, hey, I'll teach you how to throw it.
He is all about the cutter 79% of the time.
And when we talk about a cutter, you know, it just looks like a fastball, and right at the end it dies. And, you know, there's certain ways, right? Kenley Jensen has one of the premier cutters. Obviously, Mariano Rivera, he pitched, it felt like, for 58 years with the cutter. And this guy is clearly doing it as well.
Escobar singled in his last trip. That was in the 5th. Roller left side. And the play's to first.
Oh, good pick.
What a swipe by C.J. Cron. I know you can appreciate that.
You know, it saves the run. I mean, if that ball gets through C.J. Cron, that's a run right there. It's crazy how they don't have a stat for that, but, you know, it saves your infielder of an error, it saves your pitcher of a tough situation, and, you know, you clearly get an out for that.
Hampson was pushing it too with the long look to the right side, and then the bounce throw. corralled by Cron.
Any other runner, there's a play at third. With Robles and the speed, there was no play. Made the right decision.
Cesar Hernandez 1 for 4, an 11-game hit streak for the Nats leadoff man, the switch hitter.
I'm intrigued here with the way the defense is set up with a guy throwing the cutters. Usually the cutters to a left-hander, the ball will usually go to the right side. It's very hard to hit the ball the other way unless the pitch is up in the zone. But for the most part, it's diving into your hands, and all you can usually do is hit it on the ground. So I'm intrigued. He wanted to go backdoor cutter here. I'm intrigued they're going to crowd him a little bit. Try to move his feet. Ooh, he wanted that.
Borderline.
Big count right here, 1-1 count. Probably the most important count for a hitter. He won it.
Maybe an extra inch away from where it was last time. Now a hitter's count with Juan Soto looming.
I didn't miss by much. I always enjoy facing cutter guys, you know, because you know what's coming. It's just a matter of hopefully you hit it on the barrel.
But which way is it
going?
Get
off the plate. You get off the plate a little bit. I had a different approach to it.
Hernandez roller right side. Rogers will put him away. The Nats will pick up a run on the ground out.
Yep.
And the RBI for Cesar. 7 for the Nationals. And the Rocks are 2 better so far today.
Soto can't tie it right now, but with that being said, Colomé has to make some quality pitches here because the guy on deck can definitely tie it as well.
That's right, Josh Bell and Yadiel Hernandez. Here come the 3 best for the Nationals so far this year.
See, I always wanted the cutter to start away from me, and then I would want to pull it. Anything that was started middle in, I would let go. Anything that was out over thirds, especially up in the zone, I would have to let it get to me, but with the intent of wanting to pull it to right center. And the reason I do that is because if I wanted to go to left field with it, I would just fillet it to the other way and it would be a foul ball. But if I would catch it where I wanted to hit it to right center, the barrel will get there and the barrel will kind of meet the baseball where I want it to, and I would stay through the baseball. So the approach is definitely the pitch location first, because you know what's coming.
There it is, Soto going the other way and backing up Hilliard and kicking up off the wall. 2 bags for Juan Soto.
Man, I mean, we just talked about it. That pitch was up in the zone, outer third. Didn't try to do too much. Just met it, stayed through the baseball, and let the velocity do everything it needs to do.
Tailing away, and he's going the other way.
He's going the other way. He looks locked in right now. I know with Soto, you always say he's always locked in, but he is, I mean, this is as good as I've seen him all year.
Check out the box score. He's only been retired once. A couple walks, a double, and a home run started his day. Josh Bell represents the tying run for the Nationals.
I would like to see for Colomé, though, at some point here, you got to crowd the plate. You got to make these guys a little bit uncomfortable inside. Everything's kind of been away. Everything's been backdoor. It's been down. Some have been up. But at some point here, you got to use that cutter to your advantage and maybe move some guys' feet. You're facing 3 left-handers.
Let me take you back to the 5th inning. The Nats did score a run, but could have done more damage. You don't see this every day. Dom Nunez back to 3rd. Juan Soto's napping and heading back to the dugout. Nice play.
Yeah. And that's probably a good call right there. You know, this is the 3rd game in the series. They had probably seen him at 3rd base, kind of be a little lazy at times getting back to 3rd base, and said, hey, the opportunity's there. We're going to take it. Because it was a first pitch. First pitch throw, that was a setup play completely. I mean, that play might have been set up at 9 in the morning.
Yeah?
100%. You go over it in meetings, you understand that, hey, if we have this guy at 3rd base or in 2nd base, he might be a little lazy to get back into that first step back into your base. So look out for a back pick. So everybody's on high alert when something like that happens. I like that pitch right there.
Back him up a bit.
Back him up a bit, a little bit. Change his eyesight, because, you know, for a left-hander, you want to see that ball out over the plate. Look at him. He's like, oh. Now you have some room. You want to create, as a hitter, you want all the room in the world you want to hit. But as a pitcher, you also want that. You want room to be able to go from side to side.
Foul ball.
It gives you the ability to be a little quicker then. So he threw him in there. He threw another cutter out over. Instead of staying through it, he might have quicked him up a little bit.
Josh Bell's been a tough out too. Walk, double, single today.
I'm gonna go with a hinch here. Do you say hinch or a hunch?
Hunch.
Hunch. I think a cutter's
unless
coming.
you're in Detroit, then you can go hinch. It's their manager.
I like it. I see where you're going with this.
It was a little corny for me, but
that's all right.
You baited
Long
me.
season.
Yeah. Everyone gets one. Josh Bell, tapper, charging Rogers. Inning over. But hey, the Nationals just keep chipping away, but the Rockies add on as well. Mid-8, it's 9-7. Typical day at Coors.
Hello to everyone watching worldwide on YouTube.
This guy is on a roll.
Oh, he got all of that one. Are you kidding me? It's gone. He's got another.
Mic check, mic check, mic check.
Oh, yeah, got a hot mic on.
4th inning, y'all just stroll out. What a life. Come on, baby.
Here comes the throw, and they got him. This one's over.
There it is. There it is. YouTube player of the game.
This is going up on the top shelf for sure.
$16 combined runs so far this afternoon. We're in the last of the 8th, and let's add them up. It was Soto, Hampson, Rogers, Ruiz, and Grichuk. Nice variety. Yeah, the baseball is carrying all over, and also the power that we've seen from some of these young sluggers, prodigious this afternoon. But if you had, what if anyone had one swing to win $1 million? We're just streaming here on YouTube. Our poll question, you get one pitch. Which park do you pick? Yonder's going Wrigley because he went deep there in his first AB. I went Coors, and so did the majority of the crowd. Everyone getting involved watching today on YouTube with an interactive poll question. Yeah, good choice.
Can't lose.
It's a safe choice.
It's a very safe choice.
If you're watching today, you're like,
especially,
hey, 5 homers today.
Right. It's been 4th of July.
I might pick today to do it with this weather environment as well. Pretty ideal day to hit the baseball.
Yeah.
Bottom 8, Rockies with 7, 8, 9. Bottom third of the order, beginning with Sam Hilliard against Austin Voth. Hilliard reached on an error in the second, a couple strikeouts, fouls that one back.
Healthy hack right there.
Yes. 15th round pick out of Wichita State, had a breakout 2019 season at AAA. He made some mechanical adjustments that really helped his fly ball percentage. I mean, this is the kind of guy that you're looking at and going, all right, we know he can smash the baseball. Let's get some lift. And that boosted him to the big leagues.
Yeah, played with him a little bit in AAA 2019. You can just tell, I mean, very mature for a AAA hitter. You just knew he needed the reps in the big leagues.
He strikes out. This is his time, though, because eventually Chris Bryant is going to be back with this club. Rockies fans hope it soon. It sounds like from this morning the Rockies regular left fielder will participate in baseball activities somewhat soon. No swings yet. It's been more of the treadmill action. What do they call it? The aquatics, working in the pool. But all the tests, the images, all that on the back seem to check out okay for Chris Bryant. They're big money addition in the offseason.
Yeah, and it's still early. My buddy Black even said it's still early in camp, or excuse me, in the season. So you don't want to take those high risk. You know, when you're dealing with back, it's a situation where, you know, anything can flare up, right? A dive might flare it. Mentally, it might not feel like you're 100%. So, you know, when you're out there on the field, you got to be 100%. If you're not 100%, you know, you're not giving everything you've got to your team to win. As a player, 80% of me is better than 100% of anybody. You know, I guess as a competitor, that's the way to go, but it's not the right way to go, because you're at the end of the day, you're just hurting the team a little more.
Hampson's spinner past the mound, and
the
out is recorded. Cesar Hernandez had to adjust to it and then fade to his right and make a money throw, and a nice scoop by Bell for out number 2.
So many things happens through the legs. High hopper, good short hop. Great pick by Bell, unbelievable play. You know, it just goes as a ground ball to second base, but so many things happen on that play. The amount of athleticism by all three guys, the pitcher avoiding the ball, unbelievable.
It had some English on it.
Cue ball.
And look at Josh Bell gobble it up at first.
Those go unnoticed until you get to the dugout. And then your middle infielder's dabbing you and telling you, hey, man, I really appreciate that, man. I owe you lunch or I owe you dinner.
The first baseman, as you know, is such a key to what an infield looks like.
Oh, yeah.
And the way that the throws are handled throughout the season.
And you take that personally as well. I mean, when you look at the guys in the infield, and you take it personally when you see guys having single-digit errors. You know, you have a guy who makes 5-6 errors a year. You're proud of that, because at some point during the year, you've helped that guy out, right? Not every time the ball's going to be on the money, or not every time you know, they're going to have all the time in the world to make a play and throw to first base. There's going to be a lot of rush plays, a lot of anxious plays, and when you're a first baseman and you're helping your guys out, that goes a long way.
Tom Nunez with a spinner, left center, and he's on for the first time today. Let me just go back to Chris Bryant for a moment to document how he's definitely dealt with his fair share. What are we playing, Operation here?
What's that game called? The Doctor?
Operation.
Operation,
right?
yeah. Or was it? Yeah.
Shoulder, ankle, knee, wrist, finger, hamstring, and the latest, the back. He's missed 22% of the team's games from 2018 to 2021. When he is playing, he is a lethal bat.
Yep. But trust me, Rockies fans are going to get plenty of him.
Yes. 7 years of Chris Bryant. Full no trade clause. A new home in Denver, coming over from, well, technically the Giants, but really a longtime Chicago Cub and a legend in Chicago.
I was there for his debut. Pods were playing the Cubs. He just got called up. James Shields was on the mound. 0 for 4, 3 punchies. I talked to him earlier on that, and earlier in the year in spring training, and he remembered. He's like, "Oh yeah, I remember that day." That's all right. Next day he went deep.
Things worked out for him.
Oh man, what a player! That's another guy. When you see him on TV, you don't realize how big he is. And this kid's a monster.
And he can run the bases. He can play all over the diamond. Still getting a healthy dose of screams from the kids in attendance today.
That's right.
Science experiments before the game. STEM day. 2 balls and a strike to Blackman. And we saw Daniel Bard warming up in the bullpen. Another day for the Rockies closers, off to a nice start again. There he is.
Great story.
Amazing story.
Oh, unbelievable.
Dealt with the yips.
You root for that guy. You have to root for him. Played against him in college. Faced him.
It's crazy how long he was out of the game and he couldn't locate, and it became a mental component. And then he was helping to groom young players
as a coach
on mental skills. Yeah. And then, a few pops on the radar gun and going, wait, I've still got it.
When do you think he realized that? Hold on a second. I'm throwing 95, 96, and it's it's pretty good command, right? Like the movie The Rookie.
Yeah.
Right. Like, hold on a second. Give me the rock.
I'm back, baby.
Hey, Hunter, get on the plate. Let me see if I can strike you out.
Well, I'll have to wait a little bit longer because Steve Cishek is going to take the baseball from Austin Voth with 2 on in the 8th. Nats trying to keep this close. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent. In the Rocky Mountain State, Colorado up 9-7. Our very first MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Scott Braun, Yonder Alonso, Amy G. with you for a 15-game slate this season. We'll be in Cincinnati for the Brewers and Reds next week. Steve Cishek time. Very different look coming at you here to take over in the 8th with 2 outs and 2 on for Colorado.
Oh, deceptive sidewinder. You know, one of 5 active relievers with a career ERA under 3, with at least 650 career strikeouts. Kenley Jansen, Kimbrel Chapman are on that list.
Check back to second. It's Dom Nunez.
Tough at bat here for Daza. Well, with 2 outs right there, you want to get a big secondary. You got to make sure you got to score on a base hit. You got to score for your friends.
See the pitch-com action? And you said a few hours ago, most players love video games. Two on in this home 8th for Colorado. 2 outs recorded and then a single for Nunez. Blackman walked. Bullpen stats this year. It's not pretty for these two teams since 2018. Although I will say, hey, the Nats won a World Series. I think 2019 was pretty successful for the ball club despite the 19-31 start. Cishek not wasting any time. Nastiness fools Daza and gets the Nats through the 8th. Top 9, last chance for Washington, trailing by 2. Top 9, Daniel Bard taking over, trying to lock down yet another save for Colorado this season. And we're trying to figure out who is today's YouTube player of the game. The tradition continues. Who's picking up the first trophy of the year? Garrett Hampson, Brendan Rodgers, CJ Crone, or Randall Grichuk? Voting begins now. Yonder, I think we're going to be on the same page on this one.
Yeah, Brendan Rodgers. I think with the year he's had and the start he's had, but today's game, first pitch swinging double to right center, kind of started off that game with a high note and then continued obviously with the bomb. Man, you got to give it to him, right? I mean, look, he's driven in 4. I mean, come on.
I think no doubt in a game where offense rules supreme, he accounted for about half of it. Now it's up to Daniel Bard looking to pick up save number 8 already on the season. He's 7 for 8 so far this year. 13 strikeouts to no walks, so you know what you're working with.
Yeah, well, he's also working with the fact that every Nats has had at least 1 hit. So in the bullpen, you've been aware. Everybody's got a hit.
And this is a tough customer to start with. Off speed in the zone to Yadiel Hernandez. He gave him a long look too. The 34-year-old. He can flat out hit.
Oh, he's hit everywhere. All the way through the minor leagues and big leagues as well.
That's strike 2. That's a great pitch. Following with 97.
Not much you can do there.
2020 comeback player of the year. Bard debuted in 2009, 24-year-old rookie. It's amazing, still dialing it up. Upper 90s. That one missed.
Good slider. You know, he still, I look at Bard, he still has the same mechanics that he did at North Carolina. Good fastball, still has a good slider.
He wrapped up the win yesterday. He's pitching on back-to-back days. He's done that twice already this season. A scoreless inning last night and a couple strikeouts for Bard.
Good slider here, I would think.
That's rolled over to the first baseman. You know you did a nice job against Yadiel Hernandez on a ball like that off the bat for out number 1.
Yeah, he went with a slider there. I mean, maybe he wanted a little bit more down, but the change of speed, a little backdoor slider to freeze him, kind of rolled him over, and well, he got a really good hitter that's had a really good series against the Rockies.
What a week for Hernandez. Bard will go with that slider 60% of the time. And there's two versions of the fastball, the four-seamer and the sinker. And here's the slide piece again.
Just looks like an auto take by both guys, trying to set something up, get somebody on base, bring the tying run to the plate.
Same plan there. Slider on one side, fastball on the other.
I mean, it's working, and it's worked. This is where, as a hitter, though, you look at the scouting report for a closer, and you know he throws the slider 60% of the time. So I'm intrigued to see what he sits on here.
Vacated right side and past the infields. A one-out knock for Franco, his third hit of the day.
That's a good piece right there. He understood that even though he throws that slider 60% of the time, if he gets a heater, if he's late enough, there is a hold to the right side. And he's bringing the tying run to the plate. A guy who's already made his mark in today's game.
Nice performance from Franco today. Same goes for Keibert Ruiz. Last two at-bats, homer, double, what's next? Up the middle, but the Rockies have a man there for one. Fadeaway toss to first is well off the mark, but it kicks back to Crone. Rogers was going for it. Not even close, but it's the second out in the ninth.
I would have liked to have seen Hansen just take that himself. Slow runner. You have all the time in the world. You should see the old Robbie Cano just throw sidewinder from there.
And would nail it. It's such a tough throw.
Tough throw. I mean, you're in the air when you're throwing that. Not an easy throw. Sweet shades, though. Great flow.
Great day.
Great day.
He's our pick for the trophy. We might be talking to him in a minute or two. D. Strange Gordon. D's first hit of the season came in his first at-bat today. 0 for 3 since the single in the second. And that is a cue ball, and a charging Hansen will put him away. Game over. Offense all day The Rockies edge the Nationals 9-7 in our opening YouTube game of the week. A combined 5 home runs. Daniel Bard already picking up 8 saves on the year and 9 opportunities.
He was sharp today.
He's a tough at-bat, Daniel Bard, and a nice play by Hampson to finish it. Beat Strange Gordon by, let's see, a step. Yeah, no need to challenge that one. Pretty easy on the eye test. Rockies are 15-10 on the year. Nationals fall to 9-18. We have players to talk to on the post-game show. We have a lot to do. Questions to answer from the creators, highlights to run through. Are you ready for the post-game show?
Let's go.
Let's hit it. The postgame show is presented by State Farm. Rockies 9, Nationals 7, and a powerful performance from the Colorado offense. What's new? That's been the story of the team so far this year, and they're doing a lot of it lately without Chris Bryant, who is supposed to be the superstar in the lineup, but it's been players like C.J. Cron, one of the best power hitters in the sport so far this year. And today he had some help from his friends like Brendan Rodgers and Randall Grichuk as well. Scott Braun, Yonder Alonso. Great work from Amy G, and we'll hear from her in just a few minutes as well. But here we are in the post-game show for the first time this year. First off, first YouTube game of the year, Yonder. Wow.
Yeah, it was a little bit of everything, right?
Yeah.
We got some timely hitting. We had some slugs at times.
We had some guests.
A lot of offense. We had some guests. You know, overall, somewhat of a not so clean game, but at the end, they needed to get the outs that they needed to get for the Rockies, and you know they came up on top.
And we saw the offense, 16 combined runs today. We'll talk to the YouTube player of the game coming up. Amy G will have an interview for us. We'll do highlights. We'll get you ready for next week's YouTube player of, or YouTube's game of the week. So a lot to cover here in the next 30 minutes, all devoted mostly to the Washington Nationals and the Colorado Rockies. And also, just so you know, the player of the game trophy polling is, I think, about to close. And you had an easy pick, right? Brendan Rodgers.
Brendan Rodgers, my guy. I mean, huge day, 4 RBIs. He's the guy.
So guess what? He's also the guy for the interview right now. Brendan Rodgers joining us. Brendan, congratulations on the win and the big performance. Can you take us first off through your home run swing?
Yeah, it definitely felt good, you know, to get that first homer out of the way. I battled up there. He got ahead early, threw some waste pitches. Just kept fighting, and he left a slider just up out over the plate and put a good swing on it.
Brendan, but I wanted to take you back to that first at-bat, first pitch swinging, going to right center. Talk to me about that field, because for me, at least when I played, there was no better field to get that first knock, especially to the left, to the opposite field gap.
Yeah, absolutely. Just trying to stay within myself, sticking with my approach, sticking with my plan, and putting a good swing on it.
Brendan, can you also take us through the double earlier where you brought in a run back in the second inning? You didn't wait long. First pitch, you were all over it.
Yeah, trying to stick to my aggression. I know I'm an aggressive hitter. Last night, I think I saw 6 pitches and 4 at-bats. But, you know, sometimes the first pitch is the best pitch. So just got to be ready throughout the whole at-bat.
Brendan, I have a present for you. Will you accept the first player of the game trophy of the year live
Absolutely.
on YouTube?
Do I get to keep it?
You get to keep it, but here's what's going to happen for you, Brendan. Name engraved on the trophy.
Perfect.
How's that? And then we'll send you one engraved. But that's a good look. That's the model. That's the beauty piece that we show off. It's a little heavy too, right? It's got a little lift to it.
It is a little heavy. It's like steel or aluminum, but definitely gonna hang it in my locker for sure.
That's right. YouTube doesn't mess around. Like, that thing is worth something. So
absolutely.
Yeah, keep a hold of it, and also congratulations on winning that. And for you this season, take me through some of the ups and downs so far this year and where you feel the swing is at, because of course, big day today. We watched your game yesterday too, a couple hits to start your night. So what's been working for you?
Yeah, you know, I'm just trusting the process. You know, it's a long season. Obviously a pretty slow start for me. But we're just going to keep fighting, keep battling, putting together good at-bats, staying aggressive, like I said. I like to swing first couple pitches, if they're in the zone, and I'm just going to continue doing that.
Brandon, a little fun with you. What's the stuff you're doing at second base? A little crybaby? Ain't no need to cry?
So I think our double sign is, a lot of guys preach, trying to stay relaxed and stay calm in the box, and we kind of like to say, like, we're sleeping in the box. So that was kind of like me waking up,
I love it. Yeah. Well, the bat's waking up all right. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, a lot of pop the last couple days especially. Hey, Brendan, who's your guy on this team that you're turning to? Because you're still a young player in this league where you pick up advice. A nice group here, definitely a young, solid core, but some of the veterans that the Rockies have, many of who they've extended, that will be with this team for a long time. But who are some of the players that you're turning to and hanging out with frequently?
Definitely McMahon, first off. I mean, he played quite a bit of games at second base in his big league career. I'm always leaning on him for, little tips in the box, and on defense, he's definitely a guy that I came through the org, and our relationship's gone to the next level, and we're really getting close, and just gonna continue leaning on him whenever I need some help.
Brandon, keep using the middle of the field, man. It's a beauty to watch when you're going the middle of the field. I've seen you for a long time, but man, anytime you're going gap to gap, it is awesome.
Yeah, that's my whole approach, just trying to stay up the middle, hit the ball hard, stay within myself, not try to do too much, and just gonna, keep putting together those at-bats. I'm staying a lot shorter to the ball right now. I'm feeling good, and just gonna keep rolling with it.
Hey, let's finish with the differences, of course, and there's such drastic differences playing here in Colorado, both in terms of the hitting environment and also just the body preservation. Like we were talking earlier today about what Charlie Blackmon does to get himself ready every day, and he's been doing it here for a long time. What have you observed, and have you picked up any routine-oriented techniques to make sure that you're good to go here versus on the road and staying healthy?
Yeah, I think the main thing is just being hydrated, if not overhydrated. This place will wear you out, it'll dry you out. And obviously just taking care of your body, making sure you're loose before you're going to take your swings or your grounders. I've learned a lot from Chuck. I watched that guy pre and post game do more in the gym than anyone I've ever seen. So he definitely wears off on some of the guys and me as well. So I'm going to continue following him.
That's a good call. I remember first time I spoke to Kyle Freeland his rookie season, I was like, what's the trick? Because you've been living around here for years. He goes, drink water. Just drink water. Yeah. And we need to do the same thing. We've been talking for 4 hours. Go enjoy the win and the trophy. And Brendan, have a safe trip as the team moves on and hits the road again. But congratulations on the W. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, guys.
We appreciate it. Brendan Rodgers, the player of the game, the trophy, the win, 44%. CJ Cron got a lot of love. I think that's some overall season love for CJ, too, because of what he's done and not just, what he did today, which was still strong. I mean, he put together a 2-hit day, but Rodgers going deep, Grichuk with a homer, an all-around offensive explosion from the Rockies that we're so used to seeing at home. So we'll do some highlights. We'll run through some questions from the creators. A lot to get to on the postgame show.
Hello to everyone watching worldwide on YouTube.
This guy is on a roll.
Oh, he got all of that one. Are you kidding me? It's gone. He's got another.
Mic talk. Mic check, mic check, mic check.
Oh, yeah, got a hot mic on.
4th inning, y'all just stroll out. What a life. Come on, baby.
Here comes the throw, and they got him. This one's over.
There it is. There it is. YouTube player of the game.
This is going up on the top shelf for sure.
here's Mr. Shuffle. Juan Soto. He drives one deep to right field, and forget about it. Juan Soto muscles up. It's 1-0 Nationals.
That was special and smooth. Oh, man. Big prospect. Got to pick it. Oh, great.
Tough hop for McMahon. Throw is high, and it gets past Crone at first. Massive misplay on the throw, and there's so much open real estate in Colorado that it took so long to corral the baseball, and it's 2-0 Nationals.
Somebody get that guy some oxygen.
First pitch swinging D. Strange Gordon drops one into right, and that one gets past Blackman. Gordon can fly, and he'll stop at second. And he struck him out. Big pitch from Senzatella. Bermuda Triangle action, and it's Hilliard coming up with it. Mid-2, Nats still lead it 2-0 in Denver. Ryan McMahon dumps one into the corner in right field, and that's where you can really do some damage. He goes after the first pitch. It's a spinner right center, and that's going to split the gap. Ryan McMahon is going to trot home and make it 2-1. Rockies are on the board. And that's a big swing, deep left field. Strange Gordon looking. Garrett Hampson, welcome back. Number 1 on the year. Sneaky pop.
Don't let that size fool you now.
And Cesar Hernandez lines one, a fastball into right field. He is a leadoff base runner. And that's driven a long way off the bat of Josh Bell. Cesar Hernandez come on down.
You know, we talked about it. He doesn't try to do too much. He just tries to put the ball in play.
He barreled that ball.
And he barreled that ball.
Josh Bell's got to continues.
That's a good play right there.
Dom Nunez catches Juan Soto off of third. They're on the corners for the Nationals. 1 run in this 5th inning. And that's back to the pitcher, Shazi.
He loves it.
Leading the league in double plays turned. There he goes, past the shift for another one.
Consistency, man. That's Charlie Blackman to a T right there.
Blackman's on second for Grichuk. That bat is broken into pieces and into shallow left and full. Blackman will hold up at third. It's a seeing eye single for Randall Grichuk.
This is a situation right here is kind of an emergency hack, getting fooled off that slider, but you'll get rewarded if you put the ball in play.
Crone up the middle, past Sanchez. It will bring in a run, and then it's spiked. Couple worms killed on that one as the Rockies grab a run and make it 5-3. Hernandez watched it slipped out of the hands and turn into an infield knock for C.J. Crone and an RBI. A single scores a run for the Rockies and ends the day for Aaron Sanchez, who actually said earlier, I really want the YouTube Player of the Game trophy. True story. I don't think he's going to get it unless his offense picks him up. That's deep to central. Rogers has left the yard.
There it is.
3-run blast off the bat of Brendan Rodgers, and the Rockies break this one open.
Oh, waffle.
It's a late brunch in Denver.
That's good to see right there, man.
Rockies offense or Keibert Ruiz, liftoff and gone. Second deck. It's 8-4.
Man.
But wait, there's more, and this is us live in real time. Let's run through the 7th. We still have more scoring, of course. Michael Franco with the double down the line. That would bring in Juan Soto, and this was another successful inning for the Nationals. Their offense has shown up this entire road trip, and Ruiz with a double to bring in Franco and make it 8-6. But then in the bottom of the 7th, Grichuk says, hold up. Watch this.
Yeah, just a typical game here in Coors Field. 25 hits combined. Whew.
The Rockies know how to get it done at home. And Juan Soto with the opposite field double that went over Hilliard and set up this Josh Bell ground out to make it
9-7. So again, a two-run game. Save chance for Bard, trying to make it back-to-back days in the rubber match of the series that the Rockies take. So they win 2 out of 3 against the Nationals here at home. And Bard's really got the good stuff working again this year. D. Strange Gordon bounces out, and the game is over. Your State Farm game summary: Soto, very nice. Ruiz, #1 on the year. Aaron Sanchez, not his best performance. And Rogers was the player of the game. Senzatella didn't go long for the team, but the offense showed up big today for Colorado. 9 runs for the Rockies. That's been the story for this team. And Kyle Freeland spoke to us earlier and mentioned how they feel like they're starting to find the right mix of starters for this next group that's going to carry the team over the next, 5-7 years. But it also helps to score 9 sometimes.
Well, look, I think with the shortened spring training, guys didn't find their roles that early on. And I think it took all of April for that to happen. But with that being said, we understand that as an offensive side in this roster for the Colorado Rockies, they're going to be able to score runs, and they're going to be very consistent. For today, the bullpen was the centerpiece of today's game. They got the big outs when they needed to. They had the big strikeouts. And Daniel Bard, great story, 8 saves for the year. I think he's been nothing but spectacular. For the National side, I was really pleased with what I saw. This is probably the best I've seen Soto all year. You know, early on in the year, he had 3 or 4 RBIs through the month of April. He is locked in, and it's a good sign to see for the Washington Nationals.
Yeah, and he's got a guy behind him in Josh Bell who's swinging the bat well. On the Rocky side, by the way, 40 runs in the last 6 games. We spoke to Brendan Rodgers, and let's talk to Amy G right now to see who's next. Amy?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good problem, you guys, when you have too many guys to pick from, right, for the post game, because there were several heroes today in the game. And I had a chance to catch up with the Rockies shortstop, Garrett Hampson. And, of course, he hit his first home run of the season today. Big story for him. But the bigger story is it was his first game back since dealing with a hand injury. And that's where we started.
First of all, just really good to be back out there with the guys. You know, it was just 2 weeks, but it felt like forever out there. So just good to be back and then contribute to the win today.
Yeah, absolutely. Can we talk some double play action? Coming into today's game, you guys led the majors with 38. You turned a couple today. And the double play is so valuable in baseball, but I think it's more valuable at Coors Field. You were able to, you know, stop a potential run from the Nationals. Just how much pride you guys take in your defense here?
I mean, a lot. We work on it a lot. It starts on the mound, though. The pitchers did their job, and they keep getting ground balls for us, especially in big spots. I can't tell you how many big double plays we've had this year with runners on, bases loaded, that kind of thing. So, I mean, the pitchers are doing their job, and we're just finishing it.
Will you share a little bit about the atmosphere that you guys are building here, the team chemistry we're starting to see come together? I had a chance to talk to your bench coach, Mike Redmond, and he said there's something special happening here. You see a productive lineup, a collective win. What can you share about what's happening in that clubhouse with you guys?
I think there's just a belief in there. I think that, we know what we have, maybe not out, across the world that they think we could win, but inside that clubhouse is all that matters, and we think we got a good team. We know that we do, and it's about getting series wins like today.
Last one. How happy is a flight on getaway day after a series win?
Oh, it's the best. I can't wait to get on a flight.
I know, you're running to it. Thanks for joining us. So the Rockies take the win 9-7 over the Nationals. Yonder, you probably know better than anyone about a happy flight. It's what you strive for in this game. This Rockies team, one to watch. It's a pretty special group, and it's fun to see what's happening there with their chemistry, gentlemen.
Happy flight on Cinco de Mayo. Come on.
Hey, listen, they got to hydrate. They got to get in the next day.
That's right.
With that being said, look, I like what he said, though. He said, look, across the board, they're counting us out. But deep inside in that clubhouse, we can beat anybody. And I think is clear to see. I mean, look, they've won pretty much every series this year so far. So they're on to a good roll. I think it starts, obviously, at home. They got to play really good at home, which they have been. But, again, on the road, they got to take care of business, and I think they have the guys for that.
15-10, the Rockies' record so far this season. And Garrett Hampson with a big day and a great conversation with Amy G. He's hit really well in this ballpark like many others. It's an 11-5 team at home. Hey, if you can maintain that, you're competitive.
That's right.
Colorado, because they were dynamite last year and they usually are at home. 4-5 on the road they'll take. It's just you can't have those sweeps on the road where the offense disappears.
If you play 500 on the road, you're okay. As we're at home where you got to take care of business.
And that's what they've been doing so far this year. We have more business to take care of when we swing back on the State Farm postgame show. Rockies 9, Nats 7. We'll give you a little more on this one and also preview what we're working with next week. Perhaps one of the best starting pitchers on the mound. I'm just saying that because anyone on the Brewers in their rotation is. More next.
Make fun of me or my ball glove.
Heart is palpitating.
On the ground, foul. Not by much.
Oh, Killer Kowalski.
Killer. Heavy ball.
He promised to entertain today, and he delivered.
I used to find that heavy ball difficult, too.
Oh, well, he hit it on the toe, carried into the glove. Oh, Killer, easy now. He has a glove that is literally older than he is.
And in a game like this, it is fun to see a position player pitching. D. Strange Gordon, whose dad was Flash Gordon, and is on the mound to pitch the Atlanta 8. I mean, it's so great to see this because the hitters are trying not to laugh.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Yes! Oh, that's great.
Oh, man.
(9-7) Rockies on top of the Nationals today at Coors Field to finish up the series between these two teams. If you're into the long ball, this was your game. StatCast powered by Google Cloud. We saw it from both sides. It began with one of the best hitters on the planet in Juan Soto, and sometimes the opposite field power from him is ridiculous, but don't forget that he can pull a baseball as well as anyone in the sport as well.
Yeah, it was impressive to see in the first at-bat a pitch that was pretty much down and in for a ball. He was able to stay through the baseball, keep it as short as possible. I mean, look, it's just amazing to watch every single day. And I think, you know, we give him enough credit, obviously, but when you go to the ballpark and you see him live and you see all the things he do, whether it's the shuffle or how he plays defense out there, it's amazing to see.
Yeah, he is fantastic. He's one of the best. Also, time for us to get curious with our creators. Their questions throughout the day, they were fantastic. All of the YouTube creators, the MLB channel as well, and the team accounts. I actually want to start, and I know we're super early here, but Robbie Hyde, I didn't get to this one, with a question about Josh Bell, because I didn't mention this, and I want to make sure it's documented. Josh Bell's actually a free agent after this season. He's playing for a Nationals ball club. Let's be real. We always like to keep it real.
Yeah.
Nats are not a team that's pegged to make the playoffs this year. So when you get to the trade deadline, if you don't think this is a guy you're locking up long term, he might pack his bags and help out a contender. So Robbie asked, what teams do you think would be a good fit for him? I mean, we were kicking around, you're looking at first base production right now. Who's lacking in that department? Boston's really struggled at the first base position.
But they have a prospect.
But they have one of the best first base prospects in the game in Tristan Casas, who I think is going to come up this year. So I don't think that's an option necessarily.
Yeah. Well, look, how about the Twins? So Noah is done for 4 or 5 weeks with that knee surgery. They've been playing really well. I like Milwaukee as well. I think that's you bring that type of offense, a switch hitter that can slug, but can also drive in some runs. I think that would be really good as well. Look, I think that would all get settled later on in July. For right now, the way he looks right now, I mean, teams are going to be calling. So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
He's locked in. He looks like an all-star. It is a position that's had a lot of success this year, right?
But with that being said, too, like they can use a team can use him as a DH as well. I mean, he's a huge DH because he's a guy that can, you know, play some first base at times, but at the same time, he's a switch hitter. It is very hard to find a DH as a switch hitter with that type of production.
I love the Minnesota call because this is a Twins team that I think is going to be very competitive in the division the entire year. And the White Sox are going to pick things up. We know that, but they've dealt with a lot of injuries.
Are they?
You would think so. I mean, I think they're going to be contending for a division, also because that's a weaker division. It's not a good division. Let's be real. It's still working its way through some rebuilding teams like the Royals. The Tigers still look like they're not there, and the Cleveland Guardians are also working their way back to a competitive franchise. So the White Sox coming into the year, it's like, oh, this is their division.
Yeah, they're running with it.
Starting staff has been very strong. They added Carlos Correa. It's all about Buxton, too, if he stays healthy. But point being, if you add a Josh Bell to that offense, if Sano is slow to get back, I mean, that's a great bat to add to the table, and he's a switch hitter.
I love it. I think with the production of him, he kind of fits that mold in the middle of that lineup. Look, he's always going to be hitting with guys on base. I love the idea of him being in Minnesota. Why not?
Let me bring in another question. This was actually asked to Vinny Castilla a while back, and we didn't get to it. And they were asking about who his favorite teammate was. Obviously, we're not going to speak for Vinny, but what about
he likes everybody.
Yeah, he loves everyone. And he's going to be political on his answer. But I know I can get a guy or two at least from you, right?
Man.
That really stood out.
There's so many guys. At the top of my head, I mean, there's so many guys that were influential guys to me.
Who's a funny man?
Stephen Vogt was the guy that you would go into a clubhouse and you were in a slump, and you would walk in and it was like, yeah, I'm not in a slump anymore. Today we're gonna shoot out 4 hits. He was top notch. One of the funny guys for sure.
He might have a comedy special one day.
Oh, he's great. Great, absolutely for that.
Of anything. I'm told. Do we have one more that we can queue up? Here it is. From Robbie. As a Red Sox fan, it's always great to see Bard pitching. So Robbie contributing there too. Yeah, it's a special story. Bard was out of the game for almost 7 years and then finds the strike zone again. Here's a comment from Hall of Fame Baseball Cards. Nice dig by Crone.
Love it.
Appreciate the first baseman who can dig. We saw a few nice scoops today.
Yeah, it goes unnoticed. And, when you see some defensive plays like that at first base, or even guys, catching, blocking a ball, making sure that ball is there and the runner doesn't take that extra base, it's amazing. But, for the Daniel Bard, the story behind all that, 8 saves, guy's 97, 98, has control of all his pitches. It's great to see.
At first base, what was the key to making a dig like that? How do you time that? I mean, it's coming at you a million miles an hour, and then it's got like the little skip.
Close your eyes and hope you catch it.
Do that.
I'm kidding.
Did you do that?
No, you have to stay as low as possible and stay through a baseball, making sure that, if the ball hits you, it hits you. But you have to make sure that you stay through the baseball and get your nose in there.
It's an art.
But at times, I would close my eyes and just see if I can catch it.
And hopefully don't get hit in the face. Guard the face. Protect the moneymaker, especially for you. I mean, you got a lot of TV, YouTube, global audience, the whole deal. We need you.
Unique New York.
Unique New York. You know I practice every morning. You'll see me in the gym. I'm not just on the treadmill.
I love it.
I'm warming up the vocal cords. We had a solid 4-hour extravaganza today. And next week, NL Central battle. Hey, the Reds are struggling. It actually almost makes it fun to put them on the sketch because you're like, wait, are they this bad? 3-22 on the year, and also are the Brewers this good? Because they had an 8 RBI day from Rowdy Tellez yesterday, and I mentioned right before we hit the break, you're going to see a stud on the mound from Milwaukee. I say that because every starter on their staff right now is amazing.
I'm intrigued if they're going to take that Bell on the road.
Oh, the Bell.
Oh, that's that new thing.
That's their new celebration.
No, but look, their offense is incredible. Tellez, obviously, and Hunter Renfroe is up there as well. Yelich looks pretty good as well. Their pitching is unbelievable. Look, let's be honest, they're as a compact team as it gets.
They have Willy Adames, who's been one of the better shortstops since he moved over there. He's taken off. You're right. Starting staff-wise, here's what's crazy, and we don't know who's starting yet. We're still a week away, but, I mean, obviously it's Burns. I used to call it kind of like the three-headed monster, the big three. Burns, Freddie Peralta, Brandon Woodruff, all Cy Young candidates, but hold up. Have you seen what Eric Lauer is doing lately? All of a sudden becoming a strikeout artist. His velocity's up. So I'm pretty sure we're going to get an ace. We're going to have fun breaking down the stuff from the starters. We'll do the guests. We'll do the whole deal. This was a good first ride.
I loved it. It was a success.
A lot of fun. A lot of flying to do. Yonder's first YouTube game. Many more.
We had a good time, though.
Yeah, we did. We had a lot of fun. We appreciate y'all being with us for game number 1 here of the season in Denver. STEM Day. That was a little science experiment.
That was awesome.
That was a little boost, and over 30,000 at the ballpark here in Denver today to watch the Rockies win over the Nationals. 9-7 your final score for Yonder Alonso and Amy G and our entire stacked superstar crew behind the scenes that'll be with you all season long. We're going to see you next week in Cincinnati. They call it Great American Small Park. Brewers, Reds, Rocks win today. See you soon on YouTube.